please take your seats. Our program will begin. Again, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Please be seated. The program is about to begin. Please welcome Vice President of TV Republika USA, Adrian Kubicki.
Sponsorem konferencji jest Zondacrypto, licencjonowana giełda kryptowalut.
Something that we, us at the TV Republika, decided to organize on a very short notice right after President Nawrocki's office announced that wonderful news of his visit to the White House, which will, by the way, happen today, later today. This opens up a great opportunity for a new chapter, completely new chapter of Polish-American collaboration, not just in these fields of politics, this personal, I hope, and I believe, alliance between the two presidents, two great presidents, President Nawrocki and President Trump, but also in all other fields. It should be an inspiration, this meeting today, for us working in the fields of defense, security, cryptocurrencies, new technologies, nuclear energy, you name it, and any other business that Polish and American people would like to do together, that we have an outstanding historic opportunity to boost this relation to the levels that has never been achieved in the past. We will start the program. The program will unfold with many panels and keynote speeches by the representatives of business, think tanks, also different agendas of the US and Polish administrations. This will be the day full of information, full of inspiration, and I hope you'll stay with us throughout the day to listen to our wonderful guests. Let me start with the welcoming of our guests, official welcoming by the hosts of our evening. Please come up the stage, Tomasz Sakiewicz, the CEO and President of TV Republika Poland. Michał Rachoń, President and the CEO of TV Republika USA. And Jarosław Olechowski, Chief of Newsroom, the biggest newsroom in Poland, TV Republika Poland. Please come up the stage. So first I would like to ask Tomasz Sakiewicz to say a few words.
Welcome on first this kind of conference, but not first our conference in the United States. And I hope that it's the beginning of new history when Washington will be full of conservative people, conservative leaders, conservative media. TV Republic is changing Poland now, as you see. About 10 million people in classic broadcasting and 2 million people maybe free in internet is doing that. Poland now is stay the other country. 2 years ago we were very upset because of the triumph liberal left parties. Now, as you see, conservative people are united, and we show that we can be very, very successful. Success of TV Republic is a success of conservative side in Poland. And we believe that the same is going in the United States. Yesterday, I was talking a lot that we must build community and alliance between United States and Poland. And today, we will show the ways how to build it. And this conference is because we want to show different ways of building alliance. Alliance who really is 250 years from times of Kościuszko, Pułaski, George Washington, and to these days is stronger, and based on history common values. How we can build alliance between people? There are 4 ways. First, yesterday I told you common values. The second is a marriage. The third is a friendship. And the fourth is business. It's the most popular and most successful ways of build alliance and community. And about values, yesterday we explained we have such extremely common values that it's no time to tell it everything. Marriage, we are doing our best in the United States, I believe, a Polish man, and a lot of Americans are very, very happy because of this, I hope. Friendship, it's something for a long time. This conference and the other conference and every activity of our conservative politics, like past President Duda and President Nawrocki, and President Lech Kaczyński, who has been killed by Russian in Smolensk, and the other famous Polish politics were building a new friendship, which is very connected with historical friendship. And we must spend a lot of time, but friendship is difficult, but it's very, very strong. It's the strongest tie which we can organize. And the last way, business. And we must talk a lot of business, because the best values, the best marriage, and the best friendship is based also on good business. If the business is good, sometimes the rest is also the best. That's why we'll talk about Polish-American business and spend a lot of time. And we really need American business, because American business gives Europe freedom. We are fighting for this zone of freedom for American business in internet, for example. Why? Because American fighting for their own business is also fighting for the zone of freedom. It's the same for us, because in Europe there is a tendency to smash freedom in media. In these hours, we are under big pressure because of this conference. We are giving very, very dangerous signals from Poland. How the government is very nervous because of this conference. Why? Because they hate freedom. And our answer is more freedom. And we are doing business because good business is giving freedom for the people, for the nation, for whole companies which are honesty and understand how should be the rule of our civilization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tomasz. Michał, would you come up the podium?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this. This is another event that we are organizing in Washington on the occasion of the meeting that today takes place in the Oval Office in the White House, a meeting between President Karol Nawrocki and President Donald Trump. As you all know, the story and the history of Telewizja Republika is, as Tomasz mentioned, the history of people who love freedom. But this is also a story of people who think about strategic alliance between Poland and the United States, between states that are part, in a way, a bedrock of a Western political civilization that is gaining so big success on the political stage since the Second World War finished and since the communism was defeated by the free world. And the reason why we decided to organize a conference which is focused on business is that because we think in Telewizja Republika that the current situation on our primary market, TV market, and on the media market in general is very interesting. We are having a situation in Europe where roughly 40 up to 50% of the voters lean conservative. They are voting rather conservative parties and they are looking for rather conservative than liberal news, and they are not delivered with those news. There is no conservative news stream in Europe right now. As you know very well, the viewership numbers in the United States of the TV stations that are leaning conservative rather than liberal are skyrocketing. We are having exactly the same situation in Poland. Success of our TV station is the best proof, but we also know that this kind of market niche that exists in European Union member states, in the TV markets and news markets in Europe, is something that needs to be fulfilled by companies like ours and could be also beneficial for companies like companies that you, ladies and gentlemen, represent. Because if we are talking about the European Union market, roughly 500 million people, if we assume that half of them are people who have some kind of conservative views, we are talking about the big number of people who have to spend their money, who are just the members of the economy, who are just the parts of the economic flow. They are spending their money, they are buying the products, they are a market niche that is not satisfied with the media offer they have in Europe. And we think that this is an opportunity. This is the opportunity not only for our station, but this is also an opportunity for the business that you represent. Because probably we are facing a very unique situation. This market niche or this market gap needs to be filled with some content. One of the reasons why we think that we should be here and talk about it is that because this message of freedom that Donald Trump delivered in the United States is very similar to the message that Karol Nawrocki delivered during his last presidential campaign. Donald Trump said, America first. Karol Nawrocki said, Poland first and Polish citizens first. Donald Trump said, drill, baby, drill. In Poland, we were thinking about the energy blackmail that is used as a weapon against Poland. And the drill, baby, drill policy combines with the policy of looking for alternative energy sources, which is a basis of our security. Which is the reason why we think about exactly those areas that we are going to discuss. Because if you think about it, if you combine energy, if you combine media freedom, if you combine also new technologies like AI or cryptocurrencies, we are talking about developing markets, we are talking about developing services, and we are talking about the situation in which we have a huge demand and lack of supply. And since we are capable of providing this supply and fulfill this niche, I think that we are all on a path to a great success. And we do want to be a part of this success as we are here in this room. So welcome to Telewizja Republika, welcome to our conference, and I hope that we all are going to be successful in terms of building and fulfilling this market niche that we are all aware of. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our event, welcome to our conference. Great to see you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. And now Jarosław Olechowski, the man behind the powerhouse, newsroom, the powerhouse of every TV station.
This meeting demonstrates how close Polish-American relations are and how much we all can benefit from them. In a rapidly changing world full of threats and instability, we all need close friends who can help in times of need. So I'm very glad to see so many friends from both sides of the Atlantic in this hall today. The mission of TV Republika is to bring people together from both sides of the Atlantic, because only together we are strong. Only together we are invincible. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to this event.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, please take your seats, and we will follow with the program. Just to give you a brief information what's going to come next. We will be having the panels regarding the defense and security, and discussing the perspective for Polish-American collaborations. We will have the panel discussion regarding the energy industry and how Poland and America can collaborate in that field, how that collaboration can be extended. Then something very important nowadays, the new technologies, cryptocurrencies, blockchain. We know that America has recently implemented some important legislation, how Poland and America can collaborate in that aspect as well. Then we will have various personalities speaking up on the stage, sharing their perspectives on Polish and America collaboration. Representations of both administrations, Poland and American administration, some people who are very much involved and directly involved in that success, already a success of this new dimensions of this presidential relation that is being built as we speak between the newly elected President of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Karol Nawrocki, and the President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump. We do have our first guest of honor, which I would like to call upon the stage, a very good friend of Poland, Polish cause, and I guess many of the Polish people, currently serving as the United States Pardon Attorney, Honorable Ed Mardin. Thank you very much for coming, sir. And the microphone is yours.
Where shall I stand? Anywhere? At the mic?
Podium.
Okay. I'll stand at the podium, I think. Well, first, let me say welcome to America, welcome to the United States, to many of you, and especially to the new president. We are honored that he would come in his first trip, international trip to the United States of America, and to see our President Trump. It's a great honor, and we are very pleased to have him here, and especially pleased to have this discussion take place and led by our friends at Republika, and talking about the importance of strategic industries, of working together, of finding the paths forward to succeed. Of course, the success is for our people. One of the things that Donald Trump did so amazingly well in 2015 and 2016, and then as President Trump, was return the emphasis to the American people. Last summer, we had a meeting in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which has a great history, by the way, of Polish Americans. If you go to Milwaukee, there's a wonderful church about 1.5 miles from downtown where we had our convention. And if you go out to that church, there's a huge image of Czestochowa on the side, Our Lady of Czestochowa, and there's Polish Mass in the Polish language still to this day. And we met in Milwaukee, and it was the convention. And this convention was a chance for President Trump to lay out his vision for the people of America. He was running for president at the time. If you read the platform document, you'll see a lot of what I think is recognizably Donald Trump's vision as President Trump. But the dedication of the platform was to the forgotten men and women of America. And so often I have seen and observed that the international movement, whether it's the EU or the UN or the globalists in general, they choose globalism over the people. And for the President Trump to focus on the forgotten men and women of America, I think says a lot about him, but it also is a vision, a shift in our American politics that's been so extraordinary. And now in office, in his second term, we've seen a president who is completely motivated, completely focused, energized to protect the people of his country, of America first. And you see it all the time. And I think it's a lesson, as we've seen from your president, we've seen now in other parts of the world, other leaders are looking up and saying, we see a vision of how we can put our people first. We don't have to say that we're going to serve the globalists, the global vision, the global economy, the global outcomes. We can say we're going to put our people first. We're going to protect our borders first. We're going to protect our institutions first. And you can succeed both politically and, more importantly, for the people. And so it's very exciting to be with you. I have spent some time in Poland in the last few years. It's been a great privilege to be in Poland. I was there for a conference in Warsaw. I was there with my family for vacation and all across the country. I will say that I may be the only American ever to go to Poland. It's a few years ago now, and I was there for about 9 days, and I spent 4 or maybe 5 days in Kielce. Nobody comes to, I don't think, I mean, a lovely town, lovely city. At the time, I was visiting Dominic Tarczynski, who was then representing that part of the country. And so I spent about 4 days, maybe 4 nights and 5 days exploring that city. Had a great time, by the way, incredible place. But we love Poland. And especially, I will say, as a Catholic, we love the way the people live out their faith and the way you are fearlessly Catholic. Fearlessly committed to the church and to the Lord, and it's an inspiration to be in Poland and to be with the people. I will say, before I ever visited Poland, I had the privilege of working for John Paul II, St. John Paul the Great, in the Vatican. I was appointed to work for a month for him, and I spent that month in 1997 with the Pope and of course, with then Monsignor Dziwisz. And Monsignor Dziwisz, as many of you know, I'm sure, has a wicked sense of humor. He's a wonderful character, and I spent a lot, in many ways, more time with him than the Pope during those days. But I came to have this great affection for St. John Paul the Great as a man, as a pastor, and that has been one of the highlights of my life, to have that privilege. And to be so blessed in that way, and to be inspired by his vision for the future. Also, I will say, I do want to tell the sisters, because they're tough and they're smart, that I visited St. Faustina's home and the shrine last year with my family, and in my office I have the image of Christ. The sisters gave it to me and said we're supposed to spread the image all across the world. So it's in my office. It was in my office when I was a prosecutor a few months ago, and it's now in my office as pardon attorney. And the Divine Chaplet, Divine Mercy Chaplet, is a part of my life in a very special way. And so I thank God for St. Faustina and for the great sisters who are spreading that across the world. We need it more than ever. We need it more than ever. And so let me finish by challenging you all as you have these discussions going forward, and challenge you that the future is not secure. It's not locked in. A lot is at stake in the coming days. We have more work to do, and we have more institutions to strengthen. We have more challenges we face. In America, we face many of the challenges that you've seen in Europe in other nations. You've seen in Germany and France especially, where the families and churches have been so devastated. Unfortunately, we're ahead of Poland in facing many of those in our own country. I think you are more secure in your families, especially, and in your faith. But these institutions and this way of life is being challenged. It's being challenged all the time. It's not going to stop. For those of us that are believers, it's because we're fallen and Satan is among us, sadly, and unfortunately. But those challenges are going to come, and even though we are experiencing what I would say is a great renaissance in America, a great moving forward with positive feelings and positive actions and positive vision for our community, as you all know in Poland. Whether it's threats externally from Russia, whether it's threats internally from the kinds of things that happened through the EU, there's lots of challenges for us to face. I will pause and really finish with this encouragement. We hear over and over that the rule of law is central to our communities. And we all believe that. I'm a lawyer. Many of you probably are lawyers. The threat, though, is from the people who use the rule of law and don't have the anchors in God's law, in divine law, in the law that comes from outside of us. And so we have a real problem, whether it's weaponization of the law against the citizens, which is happening in Poland to this day, and it happened in America, or the bastardization of the law in terms of making decisions and trying to rule by judicial fiat and trying to dominate us. So we love the law. America is a place where the rule of law has been central to our founding. It's been central to our vision, but it is not exempt from corruption. And so we have to be very aware as we fight to protect the rule of law of those attacks and corruption. And we see that again with the use of the law to silence voices, the use of the law to promote the far left agenda on abortion, on transgenderism. The law becomes a weapon against we the people far too often, and we have to be aware of that. So I thank you for being here. Thank you again for your wonderful president coming to see us. And I just encourage all of you, and please know that you have great allies in this administration who care very deeply about the Polish people. I hope you will hear from him. He may not be able to come. Vince Haley is one of the more senior folks in this government, and he's devoted to Polish and the Polish people. And so we love Poland. We wish you well, and you're in our prayers. And last thing. I do carry with me always, not always, but almost always, the coin. I don't know, who gave this to me? Was it Marshawn? Whoever gave me this coin. This is the Ulma family coin, the coin that was produced, and it was given to me when I was in Poland because we have I have great devotion to the family. You say right? I say Ulma. You say but Ulma is how I say it, Ulma family. But the Ulma family is so inspiring for the American sense of family, and of course that baby that was also murdered. And so I carry this coin to remember the Ulma family and to pray to the Lord that we have lift up more men and women in this country that will lead families as fearlessly as the Ulma parents did. So God bless you all, and God bless Poland, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ed Martin, for taking your time and speak to our guests here gathered in the room, but also to our many guests watching us live in TV Republika. Our next guest of honor currently serves as a chief advisor to the secretary at the Department of the Homeland Security. No stranger to Poland, no stranger to many Polish people, and to a wonderful supporter of many of the Polish causes. Mr. Cory Lewandowski, please come out the stage.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for having me. As mentioned, I'm Cory Lewandowski. Many of you have probably heard of me as I had the privilege to serve as Donald Trump's campaign manager, then Mr. Trump when he first ran for president and came down that beautiful golden escalator. Maybe a lot of people didn't take him seriously at the time, but President Trump, as you know, has helped change the world. And Poland has played such an important role in that change over the course of what has now been 10 years, if you can believe it. He came down that golden escalator in June of 2015, and here we are 10 years later. And think of what has changed. And I don't need to remind you, but just for a second, think about the first foreign trip that President Trump took. How important was it? He went to Warsaw. And if you remember what they did, the hero's welcome that they provided him, the buses that came in from the entire country to see President Trump in that beautiful square, the relationship with President Duda, which was so important for our two countries together, the commitment that Poland has made to their national defense, the 5% leadership that you have given that every other NATO ally has strived to become. And only recently, because of your leadership in Poland, have those other NATO nations decided to step up because of what you've been able to lead on. So first, let me say thank you. Thank you for the friendship. Thank you for the partnership. But most importantly, thank you for the leadership, because it's not always easy. And I always say, being of Polish descent, you know, you guys are in a tough neighborhood. It's maybe the toughest neighborhood in the world. And a lot of people don't really understand, if you haven't been there, just what the country has been through. And people don't recognize how young Poland is as a country. You know, 1918 seems like a long time ago, but it really wasn't. And I remember back in 2018, we had an event here at the Mayflower Hotel. It was the centennial of Poland. I had the privilege to be there and be recognized at that event. It was truly an honor for me, for all of the great people who have had relationships with our two great countries, to be recognized for my small role in helping build the relationship between Poland and the United States. It was a great honor back then. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention my great friend and our former ambassador to Poland, Georgette Mosbacher, what she has done to help grow those relationships, to ensure the relationship is stronger than ever. She continues to fight every day. Rita Cosby, another great advocate for Poland. Many of you know Rita, what she has done from the media and what she continues to do. It's so special to me. It's so humbling. I've had the chance to go to Poland many, many times. My family is originally from Krakow. But it's so humbling to have the opportunity to come here today and just say thank you. Thank you for what you've done. And I think many of you remember that I had the unique opportunity just recently to travel with Secretary Noem back to Poland and speak at CPAC Poland. And at that speech, had the chance to remind the people of Poland of what was at stake in that presidential election. And the people of Poland, as they have done so many times, stepped up and answered. Because what was at stake for you was very much what was at stake at our country. The influx of migrants from other countries. Knowing that illegal immigration would pour in if the people of Poland made the wrong decision. And at that point, at CPAC Poland, the race was nip-tuck. Didn't know who was going to win. But Secretary Noem outlined very articulately how important a border is. And that border has a wall on it. And what that means if you just allow unfettered migration into your country. And look, we can look around the world. You can look at London and how that city has been destroyed. You can look at our home country here and what has transpired in 4 short years under the Biden administration. But things have changed here in our country. In 6 months, Donald Trump closed the border for the first time. We let 0 illegals into our country in the month of June, July, and August. And more than that, under this leadership, we've deported, either directly or through self-deportation, 1.6 million illegal aliens who have been in our country. And let me tell you what that does from an economic perspective. When you look at the tax burden on our communities, on our schools, on our municipalities, on our hospitals, $15 billion a year is being saved by deporting 1.6 million people. And it's just the beginning. For the first time in modern history, America is deporting the bad guys and allowing the good guys in. It's the first time in a lifetime that we have a net flow of deportations because the people who are in this country illegally finally understand the consequences. And when I leave here today, I'm going to fly to a state of Louisiana. I'm going to open something today called the Louisiana Lockup. And that is another detention facility. It's going to be housed at the Angola prison, one of the toughest prisons in all of the country. I'm going to put the murderers and the rapists, the MS-13 gang members, the Tren de Aragua members, the 18th Street gang members. They're going to go to those facilities in Louisiana. And they're going to be held in a maximum security facility. And they're going to know when you commit a crime in this country and you're here illegally, you will pay the price. You will be deported. You will go back to your home country, or we'll send you to El Salvador, and you will go to CICOT, which is a place that nobody wants to go to. So my message is very clear today to everybody. We love you, but you have to come here legally. The visa waiver program is a very successful program that countries and our friends around the world who are vetting the people who are coming here have an opportunity to participate in and take part in. We have the World Cup coming this year. We're going to get 10 million visitors to come to the U.S., but we're going to do that in an organized fashion. Listen, I always say he's my cousin. Maybe he's not my cousin, but I always claim Lewandowski as my cousin, right? I always say, I go to an international airport, they say, you're related? I say, of course I'm related. I say he's the second most famous Lewandowski in the world next to me. I said, but he's very rich. But I always say this, you know, it's such an honor to have such history between our two countries. And it's an honor to know that we now have a continuation of a president in Poland who's going to meet with President Trump today to talk about their shared vision for our two countries together. And look, 5 years is a long time that your president will serve. It's going to go like a blink. It's going to go before you know it, and that election's going to come again. So what you guys did to make sure he was successful is being seen around the globe. And it's being seen around the globe because Poland, once again, is going to continue under the same type of leadership that President Duda had. And I don't think we've seen the last of President Duda. I think this is a man who is still in his prime, who's very young, who has a big future ahead of him. Maybe he's the head of NATO coming up. Maybe there's another opportunity for him. But I will tell you this. The leadership that President Duda placed at Poland and with leaders around the world have made him an envy of so many other world leaders. And the close personal relationship that he's always had with President Trump has been demonstrated on the numerous occasions where President Trump has welcomed him here. So I will tell you that our two countries cannot be close enough. And I will tell you this short story. Have you ever heard of Fort Trump? Fort Trump was born on the back of a cocktail napkin one night as we sat there and said, what can we do to help our friends in Poland? And we sat around a table one night and we were literally at a restaurant, took out a napkin and drew a square and said, we'll take our troops who are in Germany and we'll put them into a country that wants them. And we labeled that Fort Trump. And that napkin, which is now very famous, actually has, I believe it has President Duda's signature on it and has President Trump's signature on it. And it was decided at that dinner that night that we have to make sure we do everything we can to protect our great friends and allies in Poland. And if the people of Germany don't respect our troops, we knew a country that would, and would put them in a place that is respected long-term. And I can tell you this, without dictating foreign policy, President Trump's commitment to ensuring that your borders are secure has never wavered. It is not going to waver. So I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak with you today, to tell you how grateful I am for the friendship that you have bestowed upon us, for the welcomeness that you have always extended to me and my family and members of this administration as they have traveled to Poland on such regular trips. Ed Martin, my good friend, mentioned Vince Haley, who runs the Domestic Policy Council. You know, Vince is the one, in all candor, who called me before CPAC Poland and said, Corey, is there any way you guys can go over? Because if we lose this presidential election, it will have long-term ramifications, not just in Poland, but around the globe. Can you get over there? And the trip that the secretary and I made was a whirlwind experience. We ended up stopping originally in Israel because the president asked us to. Then we went to Bahrain. and then we went to Poland, and I think we went to Ireland, and I think we did the whole trip in 3 days. But it was in Trump time, and it was incredibly important. And so for what you've been able to achieve, thank you. We have much work to do together. We have many more opportunities, and I will tell you that just as a person of Polish descent, I'm truly honored that you gave me the opportunity to come here today to talk with you for a few minutes. And they prepared this whole speech for me. It's like 10 pages long. You guys would probably be asleep, right? I looked at this. I felt like Trump said, "What the hell is that?" It was all kinds of nonsense. Okay, what it was though, and we could go through this, is all of the economic ways that our two countries are tied together. All of the things that we're going to continue to do to make sure that you don't have to rely on oil from Russia and other places, right? You know that your best friend is here in the United States. You know that the relationships that you have are holistic in this White House. And you know that this president, President Trump, has a very, very different view of your country than the previous administration did. So, again, thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'm so grateful to be a Polish American. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One more round of applause for Karol Nawrocki. And a little photo op. If I may confess, Corey, and at the risk of upsetting some of the people in front of the TV and in the room, you're our favorite Lewandowski. And so fortunately, Mr. Lewandowski laid the ground for something that we would like to bring up next, the great legacy that we carry on, something that has started with the historic, at least, but not just, but at least for the Polish-American relations, historic presidency, 2 terms of the presidency of the President Andrzej Duda. He left the office along with the new President Nawrocki, who took over in August, but we carry this legacy of his great involvement and great achievements in the field of Polish-American relations. So we do have a special treat, a special message that has been recorded by President Duda, especially to address the guests and the viewers of our today's conference. So please, Mr. Andrzej Duda, the former President of the Republic of Poland, with his special address.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie, wszystkich uczestników tej polsko-amerykańskiej konferencji dotyczącej współpracy gospodarczej, strategicznego, można powiedzieć, partnerstwa w dziedzinie współpracy przemysłowej pomiędzy Polską a Stanami Zjednoczonymi. Chcę z satysfakcją podkreślić to, jak bardzo ważne jest to dzisiejsze spotkanie i zwołanie tej debaty w dniu, w którym odbywa się pierwsza historyczna wizyta nowego prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej, Karola Nawrockiego, w Białym Domu. Jego spotkanie, wizyta na zaproszenie prezydenta Stanów Zjednoczonych Donalda Trumpa, spotkanie z prezydentem, rozmowa na temat najważniejszych aspektów współpracy polsko-amerykańskiej. Jeżeli Państwo pozwolicie, odniosę się do tego z punktu widzenia swojej do niedawna aktywności w tym zakresie budowania relacji polsko-amerykańskich, budowania relacji polsko-atlantyckich, jak czasem mówimy, z punktu widzenia przede wszystkim zajmowanej pozycji politycznej, zajmowanego stanowiska państwowego właśnie prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej przez 10 lat, przez okres 4 amerykańskich prezydentur, bo przypomnę, że w 2015 roku, kiedy zaczynałem swoją prezydencką służbę, Urząd Prezydenta Stanów Zjednoczonych sprawował jeszcze Barack Obama, z którym w zasadzie zamykaliśmy ten okres jego prezydentury szczytem NATO w Warszawie, a więc umacnianiem także i polsko-amerykańskiej współpracy militarnej, zresztą z wielkim sukcesem, bo także decyzja prezydenta Baracka Obamy o wprowadzeniu obecności wysuniętych sił NATO na wschodniej flance, także w Polsce i obecności wojsk amerykańskich w Polsce po raz pierwszy. Od tego czasu mamy w Polsce jednostki amerykańskie. Dzisiaj to jest ponad 10 tysięcy amerykańskich żołnierzy, ale rzeczywiście moment przełomowy w historii relacji polsko-amerykańskich, a więc poczynając od prezydentury Baracka Obamy poprzez pierwszą prezydenturę prezydenta Donalda Trumpa, później prezydentura Joe Bidena 4 lata i dzisiaj znowu prezydent Donald Trump, z którym dzisiaj spotyka się prezydent Karol Nawrocki. Dlaczego o tym mówię? Dlatego, że ten mój punkt widzenia jako byłego prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej to jest oczywiście punkt widzenia polityczny. No takie jest zadanie prezydentów, żeby realizować przede wszystkim tą współpracę polityczną, która oczywiście przekłada się także na kwestie gospodarcze. To jest umacnianie współpracy gospodarczej, ale ta współpraca polityczna oznacza bardzo szerokie spektrum, a więc to jest z jednej strony współpraca w zakresie czysto pojętej współpracy gospodarczej, umacnianie obecności podmiotów gospodarczych ze strony amerykańskich, ze strony polskich wzajemnie na amerykańskim i polskim rynku, próba kreowania nowych więzi pomiędzy podmiotami gospodarczymi, a więc także i kwestia zawierania nowych kontraktów, ale to także budowanie sfery bezpieczeństwa. Z jednej strony, jak już wspomniałem, tego militarnego, choćby poprzez obecność właśnie wojsk amerykańskich i natowskich na naszym terytorium, ale to także i kwestia kontraktów gospodarczych, choćby na zakup sprzętu wojskowego w Stanach Zjednoczonych, który w dobie tak ożywionej modernizacji polskiej armii, jaką rozpoczęliśmy po 2015 roku, po tym, gdy moja prezydentura szczęśliwie zbiegła się z rządami Zjednoczonej Prawicy i rzeczywiście najpierw z panem ministrem Antonim Macierewiczem, ale później także i z panem ministrem Mariuszem Błaszczakiem poprzez współpracę z kolejnymi rządami Zjednoczonej Prawicy realizowaliśmy ten niezwykle dynamiczny program, po pierwsze zwiększania wydatków na obronność Polski, najpierw do 2% PKB, później powyżej 2% PKB. Coraz wyżej, aż do dzisiejszego poziomu prawie 5% PKB, no ale przede wszystkim poprzez zawieranie kolejnych kontraktów militarnych, tych największych, poczynając od zakupu amerykańskiego systemu obrony przeciwrakietowej powietrznej Patriot, aż poprzez zakup myśliwców 5. generacji F-35 dla Polski za czasów prezydentury prezydenta Donalda Trumpa, jego pierwszej kadencji, poprzez najnowocześniejsze czołgi Abrams, poprzez wyrzutnie artylerii rakietowej HIMARS, aż do w końcu ostatniego wielkiego kontraktu na zakup śmigłowców szturmowych Apache dla polskiej armii. To jest ogromne zacieśnienie współpracy gospodarczej w dziedzinie modernizacji polskiej armii, w dziedzinie wyposażania tej polskiej armii w sprzęt, co ma znaczenie ogromnie strategiczne także dla naszego bezpieczeństwa, bo jeżeli bierzemy pod uwagę, że naszym największym partnerem w zakresie bezpieczeństwa militarnego są Stany Zjednoczone jako nie tylko największa armia świata, ale przede wszystkim największa i najpotężniejsza armia Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego, to oczywistą sprawą jest, że sprzęt amerykański jest sprzętem, który używając nasi żołnierze zwiększają swoją kompatybilność w zakresie współpracy z armią Stanów Zjednoczonych, wykorzystania wzajemnego tego sprzętu, jak również i oczywiste znaczenie ma tutaj także i budowa magazynów wyposażenia armii amerykańskiej na polskiej ziemi, co także zostało na przestrzeni tych ostatnich 10 lat zdecydowane i dzisiaj budowa i wyposażanie tych magazynów są są faktem, ogromnie umacniając cały czas bezpieczeństwo Rzeczypospolitej, zwłaszcza w dobie trwającej cały czas rosyjskiej agresji na Ukrainę. Więc to jest drugi aspekt, ta współpraca w dziedzinie przemysłów obronnych, która także przejawia się z naszego punktu widzenia na szczęście tym, że choćby w zakresie systemu obrony powietrznej Patriot część elementów tego systemu wytwarzana jest w naszym kraju przez rodzimy przemysł zbrojeniowy, co ma istotne znaczenie także i z punktu widzenia rozwoju czy przywracania tej dawnej świetności polskiego przemysłu zbrojeniowego i wdrażania w Polsce najnowocześniejszych technologii, na czym oczywiście cały czas nam ogromnie zależy. Ale kolejny aspekt, zwłaszcza ugruntowany w roku 2018 poprzez zawarcie przeze mnie z prezydentem Donaldem Trumpem porozumienia o budowie, o umacnianiu bezpieczeństwa i budowie właśnie partnerstwa strategicznego, gospodarczego w zakresie rozwoju gospodarczego, to kwestia współpracy energetycznej, która w istotnym stopniu zmaterializowała się z jednej strony poprzez zawarcie umów na dostawy gazu skroplonego, gazu LNG ze Stanów Zjednoczonych do Polski, co miało w tamtym czasie znaczenie zupełnie przełomowe i było nowym elementem także w dziedzinie gospodarki Stanów Zjednoczonych, bo to były pierwsze kontrakty na dostarczanie gazu skroplonego ze Stanów Zjednoczonych, gazu LNG do odbiorców zewnętrznych i to właśnie Polska jedną z tych pierwszych umów w tamtym czasie podpisała, ale również dokładnie rok później, w 2019 roku, zawarta umowa o współpracy w dziedzinie rozwoju energetyki, konwencjonalnej energetyki jądrowej cywilnej, a więc wykorzystania atomu do celów produkcji energii elektrycznej. Następnie zrealizowana poprzez wybór firmy Westinghouse jako tej, w której technologii zostanie zrealizowana w Polsce pierwsza w naszej historii elektrownia nuklearna. Projekt, który dzisiaj jest realizowany i o którego realizację ja zabiegałem praktycznie do ostatniego momentu swojej prezydentury, co mam nadzieję będzie dzisiaj także i przedmiotem poważnych rozmów prowadzonych przez prezydentów, prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej Karola Nawrockiego i prezydenta Stanów Zjednoczonych Donalda Trumpa, ale także poprzez polską i amerykańską delegację, które spotkają się za chwilę i będą dyskutowały ze sobą w Białym Domu i wierzę w to głęboko zacieśniały współpracę. Ten projekt dzisiaj wymaga bardzo silnego wsparcia. Ja w ostatnich miesiącach swojej prezydentury miałem kilka spotkań z przedstawicielami amerykańskiego sektora energetycznego, właśnie przede wszystkim z przedstawicielami firmy Westinghouse, ale także i firmy Bechtel. Rozmawialiśmy o realizacji tej inwestycji, o niepokojach także, które amerykański inwestor ma, jeżeli chodzi o tempo realizacji tej inwestycji. Tutaj bez wsparcia na poziomie państwowym, bez wsparcia i życzliwości ze strony rządu polskiego realizacja tej inwestycji jest, no, delikatnie mówiąc, ogromnie utrudniona, jeżeli nie wręcz praktycznie rzecz biorąc niemożliwa. Biorąc pod uwagę jej strategiczne znaczenie dla przyszłego rozwoju gospodarczego Polski, dla dostarczania energii elektrycznej z rodzimej produkcji tutaj, żebyśmy my sami produkowali dla siebie energię elektryczną, a więc byli także i niezależni pod tym względem od naszych sąsiadów i innych partnerów europejskich. Posiadanie tej własnej elektrowni w partnerstwie strategicznym ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi no, ma dla nas ogromne znaczenie i dzisiaj jest konieczne to, aby ze strony prezydentów obu państw był ten silny nacisk i silne wsparcie dla realizacji tej inwestycji. Dosłownie 3 dni temu rozmawiałem na ten temat z prezydentem Karolem Nawrockim, więc mam nadzieję, że ten temat dzisiaj będzie także i poważnym tematem rozmowy pomiędzy prezydentami. Coś, co ma ogromne, strategiczne znaczenie dla bezpieczeństwa Rzeczypospolitej na przyszłość. Obecność tej amerykańskiej technologii nuklearnej, oczywiście cywilnej, oczywiście do celów energetycznych, ale jednak amerykańskiej technologii nuklearnej na naszej ziemi, a więc amerykańskich tajemnic nuklearnych ma dla naszego bezpieczeństwa i bezpieczeństwa naszej części Europy, a więc nie tylko Polski, ale także państw ościennych, dla bezpieczeństwa w związku z tym także i wschodniej flanki NATO niebagatelne znaczenie. To ten kolejny aspekt energetyczny i wreszcie ogólna, szeroko pojęta współpraca gospodarcza pomiędzy podmiotami ze Stanów Zjednoczonych i z Polski, nowoczesne technologie różnego rodzaju. Oczywiście mówię w tym momencie o technologiach cywilnych. No, wśród nich oczywiście są technologie, które mogą mieć podwójne zastosowania, ale przede wszystkim są technologiami cywilnymi, jak współpraca w zakresie branży IT. Proszę pamiętać, że Amerykanie mają świadomość tego, że Polska jest zagłębiem ekspertów z branży IT. Bardzo wielu naszych informatyków, bardzo wielu naszych automatyków świetnie przygotowanych na polskich uczelniach znalazło pracę na przestrzeni lat czy dziesięcioleci w Stanach Zjednoczonych, ale firmy amerykańskie doskonale wiedzą o tym, że najwięcej tych ekspertów jest tutaj u nas w Polsce i stąd ta współpraca się zacieśnia i bardzo dobrze. Cieszę się, że wielkie amerykańskie firmy, takie jak IBM czy Google, działające w tym nowocześnie rozwijającym się sektorze, który w Stanach Zjednoczonych rzeczywiście rozwija się w sposób zupełnie rewolucyjny. Dzisiaj prace bardzo zaawansowane, które toczą się choćby nad kwestią rozwoju sztucznej inteligencji i wykorzystania tej sztucznej inteligencji w najróżniejszych sferach życia. Stany Zjednoczone absolutnie przodują w tym zakresie, ale bardzo wiele tych zadań jest realizowanych przy udziale także i polskich ekspertów, także i naszych specjalistów i w tym zakresie współpracę trzeba zacieśniać. Ja przez całe 10 lat swojej prezydentury zachęcałem do tego, aby właśnie ta współpraca technologiczna była realizowana. Stąd moje wielokrotne spotkania z przedstawicielami amerykańskich firm z sektora IT, właśnie między innymi wspomnianego IBM-a czy firmy Google, ale także i moja wizyta w Google w Stanach Zjednoczonych, moje spotkania z naszą nieodżałowaną rodaczką, niestety nieżyjącą, zmarłą zdecydowanie przedwcześnie, panią prezes Susan Wójcicki. To były także i elementy tego wiązania nici pomiędzy Polską a Stanami Zjednoczonymi, co dla Polski ma znaczenie strategiczne. Również wierzę w to głęboko na przyszłość dla naszego rozwoju gospodarczego. Chcę powiedzieć tak, cieszę się. Jest dla mnie taką wielką satysfakcją, że w tym okresie 10 lat, kiedy miałem zaszczyt i honor sprawować urząd prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej z woli moich rodaków, współpraca polsko-amerykańska w znaczącym stopniu się zacieśniła i jak niektórzy mówią, co dla mnie jest niezwykle miłe, stosunki polsko-amerykańskie w różnych obszarach zostały wzniesione na absolutną wyżynę historyczną, a więc są one na najwyższym dotychczas notowanym poziomie. Cieszę się, że to dzisiejsze spotkanie pokazuje, że te stosunki nadal będą rozwijane. Myślę tutaj oczywiście o wizycie prezydenta Karola Nawrockiego w Białym Domu. Myślę o jego bardzo dobrej, jak do tej pory, relacji z prezydentem Donaldem Trumpem, która wierzę w to, że poprzez to osobiste waszyngtońskie spotkanie będzie się umacniała, że także dzięki temu spotkaniu, które przecież jest jedną z pierwszych międzynarodowych aktywności prezydenta Karola Nawrockiego, odkąd 6 sierpnia objął urząd prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej, pokazuje także i pozycję Polski dzisiaj na arenie międzynarodowej w aspekcie współpracy także i euroatlantyckiej, a więc Europy ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi. Polska, która jest jednym z większych państw europejskich, ma dzisiaj te ekskluzywne strategiczne stosunki ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi i ta wizyta prezydenta Polski w Białym Domu, to zaproszenie ze strony prezydenta Donalda Trumpa, jak również wcześniejsze niewątpliwe wsparcie, jakie udzielił Karolowi Nawrockiemu jeszcze jako kandydatowi na urząd prezydenta, przyjmując go w gabinecie owalnym i w Białym Domu, to pokazuje znakomitą jakość tych relacji, z jednej strony polsko-amerykańskich, ale z drugiej strony także i międzyprezydenckich, co dla mnie nie tylko jest wielką satysfakcją po 10 latach mojej prezydentury i mojej także i relacji z prezydentem Donaldem Trumpem, ale przede wszystkim patrzę na to z wielką nadzieją również na dalszy rozwój i jeszcze wyżej wznoszenie tych relacji polsko-amerykańskich. Mam nadzieję i trzymam kciuki ze wszystkich sił, żeby prezydentowi Karolowi Nawrockiemu się to udało, żeby zbudował z prezydentem Donaldem Trumpem jeszcze bardziej przyjacielskie, jeszcze ściślejsze relacje niż mnie się to udało, po czym realizował je z kolejnymi prezydentami Stanów Zjednoczonych, bo to jest rzeczywiście dla Polski bardzo ważne. Nie ma żadnych wątpliwości i to był nasz priorytet, mówię nasz w sensie politycznym, mówię tutaj o obozie Zjednoczonej Prawicy, priorytet w budowie relacji międzynarodowych, umacnianie, budowanie, zacieśnianie strategicznych relacji ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi. Oczywiście jesteśmy częścią Unii Europejskiej, jesteśmy jednym z większych państw europejskich, ale tym bardziej uważam, że my powinniśmy być w tej absolutnej awangardzie budowania relacji ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi, jako że są to najlepsze w moim osobistym przekonaniu także i dla Unii Europejskiej relacje gospodarcze, które przez całe lata budowały siłę Europy Zachodniej, które zapewniły tej Europie Zachodniej w odpowiednim momencie nie tylko zakończenie zwycięstwem II wojny światowej, kiedy Stany Zjednoczone włączyły się do tej wojny i przechyliły szale zwycięstwa na rzecz wolnego świata, ale przede wszystkim zwycięstwo spektakularne w zimnej wojnie, bo to polityka amerykańska, obecność amerykańska i amerykańska ochrona dla Europy, militarna amerykańska ochrona dla Europy, jak również niezwykle skuteczna i twarda polityka prezydenta Ronalda Reagana spowodowały, że Związek Sowiecki ujawnił się jako kolos na glinianych nogach, który nie wytrzymał niezwykle odważnej i twardej polityki amerykańskiej wynikającej z amerykańskiego gospodarczego sukcesu z jednej strony, ale z drugiej strony rozwijającej ogromnie także i amerykańską gospodarkę i nowoczesne technologie w Stanach Zjednoczonych. Myślę tutaj o idei tak zwanych Gwiezdnych Wojen, którą przecież wtedy realizował prezydent Ronald Reagan, a która ostatecznie zakończyła się klęską gospodarczą po prostu i upadkiem Związku Sowieckiego, oznaczającym zwycięstwo Stanów Zjednoczonych i wolnego świata w zimnej wojnie, a dla nas oznaczającego upadek żelaznej kurtyny, do którego ogromnie oczywiście przyczynił się nasz ruch Solidarności. Także bardzo twarda polityka i konsekwentna realizowana przez Ojca Świętego Jana Pawła II, tak wobec Polski, jak i wobec świata zachodniego i współpraca z państwami, z przywódcami wolnego świata, dzięki której dzisiaj także i my od 36 lat jesteśmy wolni. Ale dzisiaj, w dobie odradzającego się rosyjskiego imperializmu, dzisiaj w dobie ewidentnego rosyjskiego zagrożenia, ta konieczność umacniania więzi euroatlantyckich, ta konieczność zacieśniania współpracy ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi, oczywiście z punktu widzenia naszego interesu bezpieczeństwa, ale także interesu gospodarczego, ma absolutnie fundamentalne i priorytetowe znaczenie w moim przekonaniu również i w aspekcie bezpieczeństwa całej wschodniej flanki NATO, jak i także i bezpieczeństwa i dalszego gospodarczego rozwoju całej Unii Europejskiej. Ameryka jest ogromnym zapleczem nowoczesnych technologii. Ameryka ma znakomite wskaźniki, jeżeli chodzi o rozwój tych nowoczesnych technologii, jeżeli chodzi o badania w tym zakresie, które są prowadzone i zacieśnianie tych relacji, współpraca w tym zakresie pomiędzy także i krajami Unii Europejskiej, ale z naszego punktu widzenia przede wszystkim Polską i Stanami Zjednoczonymi ma dla dalszego rozwoju i bezpieczeństwa, i pomyślności rozwoju gospodarczego znaczenie zupełnie fundamentalne. Więc ta dzisiejsza wizyta, ta pierwsza wizyta prezydenta Karola Nawrockiego w Stanach Zjednoczonych i zacieśnianie w ten sposób partnerstwa politycznego pomiędzy prezydentem Rzeczypospolitej a prezydentem Stanów Zjednoczonych, a tym samym Polską i Stanami Zjednoczonymi, to jest absolutny priorytet w tej chwili i ogromnie się cieszę z tego, że prezydent Karol Nawrocki taką właśnie politykę jednoznacznie realizuje i cieszę się z tego, że także i dzięki zrozumieniu i spojrzeniu na Polskę ze strony amerykańskiej ta polityka może być realizowana. Dziękuję.
Please welcome back Adrian Kubicki.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great President of Poland, former President of Poland, Andrzej Duda. How lucky our country were, and also America, to have such a great ally as a President Duda for past 10 years. We really look forward to the next chapter with another great President of Poland, Mr. Karol Nawrocki. Before we go back to our program and the lineup of people, one thing very important to say. We wouldn't be able to be here and to organize this forum, which primarily is a business forum, without the support of our great partners. And I would like to address this special recognition to our main partner of today's conference, Zondacrypto, the largest, or at least one of the largest cryptocurrencies in Europe and probably globally. Something that we really look up to as a Poland and as our country to expand the new technologies that will drive our future and are driving our future as well. So we're very happy and proud to have Zondacrypto with the CEO, Przemysław Kral. I don't know if he's in the room here. I can't see through the lights. But we're very grateful to Zondacrypto for supporting our event. Please watch a little commercial.
Sponsorem konferencji jest Zondacrypto, licencjonowana giełda kryptowalut.
All right, so we go ahead with the program. Our first panel, so important nowadays and in general, and such strategic in terms of Polish and American relations, defense and security. The panel about the perspective for Polish and American collaboration in that field. Moderation, one of the best journalists in Poland, proudly one of the contributors for Gazeta Polska. Gazeta Polska is a title, being a member in the media group run by Tomasz Sakiewicz. Maciej Korzuszek is a famous, wonderful journalist, one of the best in Poland, who will moderate the panel. Please come up the stage. And let me invite our wonderful panelists, Lieutenant Colonel Rip Rawlings, good friend of Poland, President and the Chairman of Saratoga Foundation, Glenn Howard. Please come up. Senior Fellow at the Hudson Institute, Matthew Boyce, and the Senior Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Paul McCarthy. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the program, I think the name of our panel doesn't sound as dry as it would sound 5 or 6 years ago when people would see a title like Perspective for Security Cooperation because of the war in Ukraine, of course. But as Rip Rawlings knows and all our panelists know, those abstract names as security have always human history behind them. Every war has human histories behind them. So let me start the panel, if you let me, with a personal story. So I was raised in Gdańsk, in Siedlce. This is a borough that Karol Nawrocki was also raised, actually across the street from me. And we were the last generation in Poland, or the first generation actually, that didn't learn Russian in school, mandatory. So that's a big thing for me. Karol Nawrocki, as a historian, was fighting post-Soviet monuments that Polish nation had to pay tribute to for many, many years, pay tribute to murderers that murdered Polish patriots. And he was demolishing those monuments. And today, I'm really proud to be a part of this panel and to lead that panel. And I'm really proud that my neighbor, actually supporter of my football club, Lechia Gdańsk, who is sponsored also by a sponsor, Zondacrypto, from now on, is here. And what it means to me, this honor to lead this panel, we didn't come, either me or I'm not comparing myself to the President of the Republic of Poland, we didn't come here as many generations before us, as immigrants, to search for personal success and running from oppression in communist Poland. We came as representatives of a proud nation and a stout ally, NATO ally. So that's the personal note, why security cooperation between Poland and the US is so important. Let me start with Rip Rawlings, if I may. Corey Lewandowski told this great story about the square drawn on a piece of paper for Trump. We were talking before we went on stage about the possibilities of stronger reassurance when it comes to US and Polish relationship in terms of security. Just can you speak on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, everyone knows Magic talks about this regularly in his podcast. So if you guys are not tuning in, you need to, because the defense and strategic cooperation between Poland and the United States is not just a relevant topic, but it's an emerging topic. So that means every single week, every single month, there are new events that occur that are vital to our collective shared national securities. So it's a fantastic question, and it's great to be following up after we've had our two great speakers as they came up and had some good discussions about it, because they primed the pump for some of this. Here's the concern I have, and I think this is something that everybody in the audience is going to really understand and will resonate with those people that are watching us online. So the first thing is, when I was in active duty for 23 years as a reconnaissance officer, as a battalion commander, there were times where my sergeant major and my young captains and majors would come up and say, "Sir, we can tell you when you're getting serious, your brow starts to furrow, you get a gravelly tone in your voice, and we know that something's going to happen." And so before combat, I would sit down with the troops and say, "Look, I'm going to talk to you honestly about something that's important in this upcoming operation, whether it's going out to kill a couple bad guys, take down a safe house, whatever the case may be. So let me talk about something extremely, extremely serious. So please, switch on 100% on what all of us are going to talk about." Right now, as we look through kind of the lens of history, we can see what occurred in the 60s and 70s during the Cold War. We did what we call forward basing. We're still doing it today, okay, talking about the United States. We went over to Germany, and we already had established a few larger bases post-war, Ramstein, a couple of these others. And we started to turn those into the world premier training grounds to defeat what we saw as the East Bloc scourge. It was very much of a real threat, okay? Now, if you look back at that history, it doesn't feel unfamiliar anymore, because once again, as you look at Russia and Putin's war machine, you're seeing the same stages again. Now, this time, as was spoken about before, and as we talked about a little bit earlier, is that we have these premier bases still in Germany, and unfortunately, over time, a lot of it's degraded. The type of security and the type of training that's happening has started to go downhill. And we've also seen, my mother and my daughter both speak Polish fluently, by the way. I speak German fluently. So I was the dark horse that went out and played minor league German baseball. So I'm ashamed to say I don't speak Polish as a Polish American. But my daughter is at Jagiellonian University right now, so she should be here to help me translate a lot of this into Polish. But let me say this part of it. What I saw in the German military bases is that there is no longer this welcome hand. We're looked at as an occupier. That's the United States. Get out of our country. We're done having your bases in here. And as was mentioned before from some of our great speakers, we're seeing the opposite in Poland. Having done military to military training in the past all over the world, from Germany to France to Switzerland to Norway to all over the Pacific, I can say that mil-to-mil training is best done when both parties have a vested interest in their security and have a reasonable interest from the general officer level. Hey, I'm here, I respect your military, and vice versa. Now, what we've seen in the past 10, 15 years is the degradation of the German military. Their last tank battalion, I interviewed their last tank battalion commander, General Feldman, brigadier general, so he was a one-star general, not a 2, 3, or 4-star general. And as you can imagine, panzers and tanks do a fantastic job in fighting across the European plains, but no longer do we have a German partnership that respects that same type of technology. Rheinmetall produces our gun systems, 55 millimeter above, for some of our weapons, and produces a tremendous amount of weaponry for Europe. That's a German concern. But if you look at what's happening in Poland, Poland's top industries, those that are producing armaments, are now some of the premier. So it's not just a strategic military partnership that is needed in Poland, where both countries see and support one another on what needs to happen. We need to have that respect where generals are saying to each other, hey, you're the one who has a war fighting right next to your country. We respect that fact, and we're here to train with you. But we need the industry to grow to support it as well. That has a vested interest in seeing that it succeeds. I'm used to mil-to-mil partnerships where you see military men and women that come together in order to defend their countries and believe that it's a righteous cause. I don't see that in Germany. So why is it not occurring in Poland right now? 5 military, strategic level military training exercises in the past 2 years, 2024 till today. Look at the units that we've sent to them. Okay, so this is a strategic partnership that's not just a Polish investment, but look at some of the units that have sent. Nothing against our National Guard brothers and sisters, but having trained with them to go to war, having fought with National Guard units in Iraq and Afghanistan, it is not our frontline units. We need 101st Airborne Division. We need 2nd Marine Division. We need, in the F2, T2 training events that occurred in the past year, we need not F-35s that are 5th generation warfare coming from other nations, but we need them coming from the United States, the country that developed that technology, and obviously can see it through to its conclusion. So we're at a very fragile point, and like I said, putting on my battalion commander hat, I'll tell everybody in the audience in earshot of what I have to say, this is a very scary time. You're looking over at what Poland is doing in Ukraine. They're going to fight for every piece of terrain. If and when we have some kind of security cooperation and an end to the conflict, Putin's not going to stop. And by the way, what happens when Putin's gone? We're going to have another leader like Putin that's going to follow directly after him. Don't expect that the buck stops with him. He's making little Putins all over his government that will step up to the front when he steps down. So it's a scary time for security, and unfortunately we're in that preparation time that if we don't invest heavily now, we're going to see exactly how bad and brutal the next conflict can be when it spills out from the country next to yours and into yours. So that's how I'd answer that. We've had some discussions about it, and you need to pay attention. This is a bad time for strategic diplomacy. We need to have good partnerships.
Right, thank you. I will turn to, yes, ovation, please, of course. To Paul McCarthy from Heritage Foundation. Paul, the times have changed, and we Poland entering NATO entered in an atmosphere that could be described as end of history atmosphere, that the treaty itself will be sufficient, symbolic presence will be sufficient. Now we start to talk about real deterrence, real reassurance. What are the perspectives and how war in Ukraine, from your perspective, changed that? What would also raise the awareness of American presence in Poland, and also how to sell that to American public, because it's not easy when you have a war raging on and you have a danger of real-life escalation happening.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here. Thank you for the invitation to speak. We're at a critical moment right now where what is said and what is done, we have to narrow the gap between those two things. Because we just recently had a NATO summit where NATO members, fellow NATO members, have significantly upped their contribution in a rhetorical sense. We've also seen greater commitments by the EU states, also NATO members, to increase their commitments. What we're waiting to see right now is that those commitments become reality, essentially. It's very important for the part of the political spectrum that I come from, which is very pro-Trump, Republican, and so forth, to see the Europeans stepping up in defense. Absolutely critical. But what I can say is, in this, Poland is a leader. It is the #1 U.S. ally in this effort. It is the linchpin in NATO's Eastern deterrence and collective defense. It is the strategic hub for reinforcing the entire eastern flank, linking Baltic defense with the Black Sea, which we can talk about more in here. The 3 Seas initiative is extremely important in this effort. And I mean, ultimately, Poland is the guarantor of stronger transatlantic engagement, which seeks to keep U.S. forces deeply embedded in Europe. There's been a lot of talk about U.S. forces leaving, but I think that commitment when it comes to Poland is very, very strong longer term. And it's because of the efforts that Poland has made. A leader, 4.7% of your GDP, it looks like for 2025, being spent on defense, 51% of that on equipment. Many of the other NATO members are emphasizing personnel and infrastructure and so forth. Poland is coming to the table with a very strong commitment with hard military power, and that's extremely, extremely important moving forward. So it's because of this strong linkage between the U.S. and Poland that I can sit up here as an American and tell people there's a strong commitment because we have a strong ally, and that's why it's so important with President Nawrocki's visit to really solidify that. And I can't say how happy I am that he won in May. So we're very good. So look forward to even stronger partnership between the U.S. and Poland.
Thank you so much. Okay, Glenn, jumping on what Paul said, we have a huge rhetorical offensive in Europe. Polish Prime Minister said recently, if we had one artillery unit for every time somebody in Europe says we need to defend ourselves, we would have many artillery units. But the problem I see is we have many declarations of, yes, we need to defend ourselves, Europe has awakened, but at the same time, the question that I would like to ask you is, isn't there a problem? Because many Europeans feel like this is also, like French and Germans, feel like this is a chance of rearmament, but extended in time. So that's in my opinion, that's the difference between, for example, Polish perspective. We need things in 3 years' time to be ready, if time be. But do you see the difference of perspective and also a competition between U.S. arm manufacturers and U.S. security business, and Europeans who would want to, substitute many things that are produced in the U.S. and produced by themselves, and maybe sell them to the countries on the eastern flank of NATO. I know it's a little bit of a leading question, but yes.
Thank you. I think that the biggest problem is that after the end of the Cold War, Europe basically militarily deindustrialized itself.
Right.
The joke is that you can fit the entire British Army in Wembley Stadium. I mean, and so you have this thing where the Brits actually stopped producing tanks, and this is just very kind of inconceivable. So as we begin this process of rearmament, and I completely agree with you, that the pace of this is not very as strong as it should be, especially in Germany and France. But I think that Germany's making that commitment. It's making its commitment to invest in Ukrainian defense industry with Rheinmetall, and it's also doing it with munitions production and plans in Lithuania and also in Romania. So everything is the gears of this engine of preparation for 21st century defense of a new NATO with a new reimagined eastern flank, where Poland is the center of that flank. That is where the directions where we're going, and it's going to take time for that. And it's kind of ironic that one of the leading 155 millimeter production munitions companies in the world is Techfin, that's building a defense munitions plant in Texas. So now you have allies like Turkey investing in American defense industry to help get our own production up. And so there are certain things where Poland has been investing in that area as well. And so, and I think that as we kind of look forward, there's going to be a lot of lessons learned from this war in Ukraine that extend to the United States, how we plan for preparations and get ourselves on this old war footing. And Poland has made that commitment by building one of the best and largest air forces in Europe. I mean, they certainly have Polish air power is going to play a very big role in this, as it did during the Battle of Britain, as we remember that 40% of the pilots were Poles. Right. So I think that air power will play this big role. So I think that, as we kind of look at the eastern flank, Poland is in this very, very central position. The United States has made a commitment and gotten our allies to go to 5%. Excluding Poland or Portugal, but the point is that they've made these investments, and so the munitions factor is going to become increasingly important. And Poland is well positioned in itself to help ensure the flank, as it's doing now at Rzeszów. 95% of all the military aid that goes to Poland goes through Rzeszów, and so it's a key logistical hub for NATO, and so it's very vital to that. And the whole corridor is for the United States, and providing military assistance is going through Poland. And that's the key thing, is that Poland is now central to everything that we're doing in terms of the eastern flank.
Yeah, thank you so much. Matt, you wrote a report with Peter Doran about Polish government attempts to change the judiciary system, and how and I know it's not a security question, but politics often is connected to security. And also in Poland, we seem to have a discussion, and I would like to have your view on that, where the current government seems to be of a position that, well, the United States and transatlantic alliance is important, but maybe we can solve the problems of our security on a European front. How important is that, in your opinion, and how much the political position of, for example, Prime Minister Donald Tusk affects the transatlantic relationship and the security relationship?
Okej, ja bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie i też to jest zaszczyt brać udział w tej bardzo ważnej konferencji. But to answer your question, which is, I think, a very important one, that does actually cover security as well. So we should probably face it. We wouldn't be here today in this conference if Karol Nawrocki had not won the election.
Right.
That was actually not a foregone conclusion. Karol Nawrocki was not a well-known politician. He was not a politician at all. He was the head of the Instytut Pamięci Narodowej. So I mean, he was facing a very, very well-known politician, and he was also a he was not he didn't have the sort of the backing of the Polish establishment, the mainstream media, a lot of European politicians who engaged on behalf of his opponent, including the EU and major countries like Germany that made their views very clear that they would have preferred another outcome. So, I mean, it was by no means a foregone conclusion that he would win. And yet he did. And this was really quite an astounding victory because when an unknown politician wins against such odds, it really is amazing. And now Poland is becoming a more liberal country, but the population found him a more persuasive leader and a more persuasive president, and that is really it's really quite impressive. So here we are. We're here because of that, but we're also here because of the fact that the fact that he's going to be in the Oval Office today is really quite astounding too. Because I mean, had the outcome of the election been different, Rafał Trzaskowski would have been eventually invited to the White House, of course, because Poland is such an important country, such an important ally, that he would have been invited to the White House, of course. But would he have been invited so soon?
Right.
That's a very open question, and I rather doubt it. Would the atmospherics be what they are? I rather doubt it. So I think that this is actually the fact that he won even against all the people, including in the United States, the pundits and the commentators of one kind or another, who were openly advocating, calling him a threat to democracy, which is absurd because Poland is a democracy. I mean, there's no doubt about it, and it's a vibrant democracy, as we saw in this election. So the fact that he's here is really, quite a testimony to that. And I mean, had the outcome been different, it would have been the atmospherics would be different. There would be a visit, and it would be a good visit, and there'd be a productive visit, and the relationship would continue, but it would be different. And so I think that's extremely important, not only for, I think it's important for the United States because Poland is such an important country and such an important ally. It's important for NATO for the very same reasons. And I would also venture to say that it's helpful for Poland to have a voice, such a kind of a direct line to the White House, which I would argue would not have been the case had Rafał Trzaskowski won. I mean, of course, Poland is Poland, and so there would have been a connection to the White House. But I think it would have been different, and I think it's better that we have this for the bilateral relationship and for European security than had the outcome been otherwise. And then finally, just sort of an observation about, I think that this will be an important visit because, because Karol Nawrocki represents a different vision for Poland, something that's closer to the vision that's coming out of the White House for how they look at Europe, and I think that's actually good for the bilateral relationship because it contributes to comity, it contributes to a good atmosphere, and and the White House knows that it has a very good friend in the presidential palace in Poland. Now, they would have had a good friend had the outcome been different, but they know right. for a fact that this president is on their wavelength, and that is always very, very helpful in politics. So I think that's actually that's why I think we'll see what's going to come out of this out of the meeting today. We'll probably talk about I think there was mention made of the global force posture review, etc. We'll see we'll see what happens in there, but I think that the fact is that President's visit, your President of Poland's visit today, kind of fits very well into the Trump concept of like he doesn't come to Washington with, he doesn't come to Washington asking what the United States can do for Poland. He comes to Washington with a very strong commitment to the bilateral relationship, to the defense of Europe, to the security, to European security. He doesn't come here asking what we can do for them, but rather, how Poland can contribute to the security of Europe. And this is exactly what this administration is looking for. And so this is, I think, going to be very helpful. He doesn't complain about the United States. He doesn't, which is very common these days. He doesn't. He invests. Poland is investing in collaborative, joint, in our challenges that we face together, and that is music to the ears of the Trump administration. And it's something that's, I think, going to make this. And you could almost argue if every NATO ally went into the bilateral relationship with such an attitude, President Trump would never ever have any concerns about NATO, and there would never be anything whatsoever. Now, of course, we know that his support is in fact is very strong for that. But the point is that Poland represents that extra kind of what it's like to be a super partner, a super treaty ally, and a super friend, and that's going to, I think, be redound to the benefit of the bilateral relationship as well as to NATO, to security and to security of Europe.
Yeah, thank you, guys. We have. We have 6 minutes left. And let me use the fact that we have a military veteran and analysts that deal with security, and jumping on what Matthew said about Poland not asking just for commitments from the US, but trying to be a partner in the European security. If each one of you use 2 minutes, 1 minute 30, to give 1 or 2 advices in the new environment, security environment for Poland, what it can do to strengthen the alliance and also strengthen its own security. What would be your advice? Let's start with Rip.
Yeah, so look, here's the difficult part throughout history, is that the problem that we've got, I think, is, especially as democracies are extremely fragile. Dictatorships are extremely strong. Inherent in their system is the ability to mass armies, quickly go to war, overcome their neighbors. Democracies are fractious. If you look back at how democracies were founded in ancient Greece, you can look and see that was somewhat intentional. They wanted to have a democracy where people would debate and talk and try to come with the best solutions. And as we've found through history, that's one of the best forms of government that we've ever had. It gives everybody an opportunity to contribute. So if we really believe in our democracies, and I sure as hell do, then we need to invest in them in the right ways. And the problems that I have is that, unfortunately, through all of our recorded history, war is one of the biggest constants. We have this tendency as nations, especially as democracies, to be supplanted by peace and believe that that's going to be the norm forever. When is the biggest peace going to happen? After World War I, everyone said, the war to end all wars. We'll never have war again. It was so bloody and so terrible. Thank God that won't happen again. Well, fast forward less than 20 years later, and we have war on the continent again. And guess what? That one's just as bloody, in fact, murderous in a lot of different ways. Fast forward again, at least in the United States, we've got the Korean War, we have the Vietnam War, we have the Gulf War, and now we're fighting a war in Ukraine. War, unfortunately, is the drumbeat behind the scenes on everything that occurs in our societies. So in order to defeat them as democracies, we must band together, pool our resources, get our young men and women who are strong and stout of heart, mind, and spirit, and say, this is worth it. This ground in Poland and the United States is worth our collective defense.
Thank you so much, sir. Paul?
One thing that's not often mentioned, but will be a point of greater U.S.-Polish cooperation, is on border security and immigration. And Poland is definitely a leader with that. And in recognition of that, under the former peace government, there was the visa waiver program, which really underlined Poland's leadership in this way. So I would double down on that. I'm sure it's going to continue to be a topic between the Trump administration and the Nawrocki administration. On a different topic, more on economic cooperation, but also on infrastructure development, I think Poland should look at the opportunities presented by the 3 Cs initiative format and greater cooperation. And I'd like to underline one country in particular because they'll be playing a bigger role in this, being on the Adriatic Sea, is Croatia, a fellow Catholic country as well, just incidentally, which I think could help. And just one more thing is stressing the importance of Poland's role in Baltic security as well. So greater cooperation between Poland and Lithuania, particularly on air support, is going to be critical moving forward.
Yes. Glenn, please.
Yes, I would basically emphasize the strategic importance of the drone component of drone warfare,
right.
What they're seeing in Ukraine. 90% of all the drone components that Ukrainians use come from China. We know that all the drone components that the Russians get come from China. So there's a centrality in the China factor in terms of drone warfare, and the importance, as we sit here, of strategic industries is the ability to produce your own drone components and not be dependent on China. And this being said, there's a lot of lessons learned coming out of the war in Ukraine that have repercussions for Poland. And a case in point is that August 28th, just several days ago, the Russians brazenly attacked and sank a Ukrainian intelligence ship in the Danube. The warship was 200 meters inside of on the Danube, inside of Romanian territory. And why was this important? Because it was very significant. The Russians launched a surprise attack using a drone. First time they've used an undersea, uncrewed surface vehicle against Ukraine, which has been very dominant in its use against Russia. But now the Russians did a coordinated attack against the Ukrainians, and the crew of the ship were completely unprepared. They had no defenses, and so they weren't aware of this attack and even coming in. The Russians even filmed the whole thing using a drone in the air, watching it. So this is really, really important because of how Romania is trying to deal with it, and the fact that earlier this summer, General Donahue, the commanding general of U.S. Army Europe, was talking about the need for a new Eastern Europe deterrence line. And he was talking about the need to strike Kaliningrad. And we keep forgetting that Kaliningrad is very much like a bone in Poland's throat. Okay, and so it's very much a dangerous component and threat to Poland and the rest of the Baltic states. And so the Russians, for the first time this summer, conducted drone exercises in the Baltic using the Rubicon unit, which has been very predominant in these operations inside Ukraine against Ukrainian forces, and now they were playing a role in the Baltic. So I would as Russia conducts sabotage efforts inside of Poland, repeatedly, I would be very vigilant about how the Russians may eventually turn to using drones and using it against Polish ports.
We had just in the recent weeks an incident with Russian drone flying into Polish space and actually crashing 100 kilometers from the capital city of Warsaw, right? So that's a really valid point. And let's finish with an advice of Matthew Boyce, please.
Yeah, well, further to that point, Glenn, is this question of air defenses, because it's actually, I mean, the drone attack that you're referring to is, of course, not the first one. We've had one we've had several. We've had the one in the Lublin area, which killed 2 Poles. We've also had the missile that was found in the forest near, I guess, Torun or Bydgoszcz.
Right.
And so, I think that the air defense factor could really, I think that NATO member states need to shoot these things down. The Turks were able to shoot down a Russian plane, and now the relationship, it didn't set off a NATO Russia war. And when Russia continues to violate NATO airspace, as it does, virtually every day in one way or another, There's the Romanian, the Danube case as well. It's in the Baltic area, but it's also in Poland. And I think that the stronger NATO air defenses are, and the more likely they are to actually shoot these drones down, the less likely Putin is to continue testing. Because this is probing, testing. It's not a Stichpolitik, as they say in German. It's like poking, and waiting until somebody pushes back. And right now there hasn't been that much pushback, other than the NATO air, the air defense, the Baltic air mission and the Black Sea air mission, etc. That's all fine, but it never ever pushes back in the way that actually shows that there is steel on the NATO side, and this sort of stuff is unacceptable. The other thing I would just add is this whole question of Poland's voice in NATO and the EU is very, very, very important. What Polish politicians and senior government officials say at NATO and in the EU is extremely important. And you're a voice of reason, you're a voice of strategy, you're a voice of, you have a very solid understanding of European security, much more so, I would argue, than in many other European countries. And so that voice is for that voice to be louder, or I don't know, not necessarily louder, but sort of, to be heard on a very, very regular basis, maybe even stronger, I think might have a positive effect within those institutions, because not everybody is as wise in terms of the threats to European security as Poles are, and so that should, that I'm sure will continue, but it would be also nice to see it even increase.
Right, and just to finish our discussion, too many people get used that the U.S. Troops, as Rip was talking about, are in Germany, and when it comes to security of the eastern flank, Germany and France has the most important voices, even though they're not the nations that are in direct danger. Thanks to all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please, round of applause. Colonel Rip Rawlings, Paul McCarthy, Matthew Boyce, and Glenn Howard. Thank you guys for accepting our invitation and just touching a little bit on that broad topic of Polish-American relationships when it comes to security. Thank you so much again.
So please, one more round of applause for our wonderful panelists and the moderator. Such an important subject, and a little bit of a news. The meeting between the President Nawrocki and the President Trump just started. President Nawrocki just arrived to the White House. Some of you could watch or at least heard that the first handshake has happened, and it's going to be a great meeting in the next couple of minutes, couple of hours. Man needs its coffee in the morning, so let's take a break for another, let's say, 25 minutes before we go on with the program. So please enjoy a little break, and let's see each other back here at 12 p.m. Thank you so much.
Sponsorem konferencji jest Zondacrypto, licencjonowana giełda kryptowalut. Sponsorem konferencji jest Zondacrypto, licencjonowana giełda kryptowalut.
that determines whether we are happy or unhappy.
Please find your way to your seats. Our program will begin shortly.
That determines our happiness or our unhappiness.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please find your seats. The program is about to begin.
Sponsorem konferencji jest Zondacrypto, licencjonowana giełda kryptowalut.
Hope you enjoyed a little coffee and the break on that side. The day is exciting very much as it is, so I don't think that there is much coffee needed. Just as an announcement, following the great panel that we just have had, and I don't know, perhaps President Trump was listening to some of the panel. But on a serious note, it has just been announced by President Trump personally that the troops, U.S. troops, will remain in Poland, and possibly the number of troops might be increased in the near future. So this is a big and great announcement. We're very grateful to President Trump, and this is the first great result of this meeting of the two presidents. They're sitting in the Oval Office and they're having this discussion with the media. Let's go ahead. Now I'm trying to think. I lost my program somewhere. I'll try to find it on some of the tables. We will start yet another interesting topic divided to two parts: the energy collaboration between Poland and America in the face of all the global changes that we have. Well, thank you so much. Of all the challenges that we have between globally across the world, and how Poland and America can boost that collaboration in various ways. One of the most interesting from our perspective is something that TV Republika is strongly support is the nuclear energy projects that have been started in Poland, and we would like to see them completed in a very soon time. One of the reasons is obviously the energy independence that Poland would like to achieve, and we couldn't find a better partner than the United States of America on various projects of that. So before we start the panel with our distinguished guests, I would like to ask up on the stage our great friend, if I may say, Honorable Carla Sands, former ambassador to Denmark, representing a chair of foreign policy at America First Institute. Please come up the stage. I don't know if I confused all the titles and the names. Madam Ambassador will give a little introduction to the panel and tell us a little bit more about her take on that subject. Thank you very much for coming, for being with us.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that kind introduction. Thank God Poland has rejected the net zero agenda that is anti-human and deindustrializing so much of Europe. And hello to all of you. Thank you to TV Republika. It's an honor to be with so many wonderful Polish Americans and Polish friends who care about freedom, prosperity, and the future that we're going to hand to our children. I speak to you as a former U.S. ambassador, as you said, to the Kingdom of Denmark and as the chair for foreign policy at AFPI. And I've seen up close what a strong defense, strong borders, strong families, and strong faith can build. In Poland, I felt safe when I was walking alone on the streets at night. And that safety is not an accident. It flows from controlled borders, respect for law, and a culture that honors God, family, and country. And those values, those virtues and values deserve energy policies that make life affordable for the people of Poland as well. And let me begin with a simple truth. Poland and America can secure freedom by doubling down on energy. Poland is a standout ally with real momentum. Your economy is growing with projections of about 3.3% increase this year, and that's not just a statistic. It is the sound of families finding work, businesses investing, and a nation moving forward. Trade between our two countries has surged, and American companies have invested tens of billions of dollars in Polish talent and innovation. Our economic partnership is real and growing, and we should make it grow faster. Poland also leads by example on defense, backing strong words with stronger deterrence on your eastern flank. And as a share of your economy, Poland is now spending more than any other member of NATO, above 4% and approaching 5% by some metrics. That you have a truly credible defense. And when a nation takes security seriously, it earns the trust of friends and the respect of adversaries. And here's the connective tissue between economic strength and national defense: energy. Reliable, affordable energy powers prosperity and security. When energy is cheap, everything is affordable. When energy spikes, everything hurts. And that's why energy freedom, letting all responsible sources compete while protecting safety, is pro-family and pro-worker policy. Poland's power system is large and evolving. Last year, Poland produced a record share of electricity from renewable sources, while coal still provided a significant portion of total electricity. The lesson is clear: diversify smartly. Do not dismantle what keeps the lights on until proven replacements are built and working at scale. Reliability is not optional. Think about 5 and coming 6G. Think about AI and the fact that the grid or power cannot go down when systems are running on AI. Look at Germany and what Germany has done to its economy because of bad energy policy. Keeping your dependable plants online while you build the future is key. And Poland knows better than most what it means to be vulnerable to energy blackmail. In 2022, Russia cut off pipeline gas, and since then, Poland has strengthened storage, expanded pipelines, and built out liquefied natural gas capacity. Poland produces only a few billion cubic meters of natural gas at home each year, so storage, pipelines, and diverse imports are not luxuries. They're a shield against price shocks and political pressure. And people always ask me, are Poles buying American liquefied natural gas? And the answer is yes. Poland receives regular shipments under long-term arrangements with American suppliers. And this is what allied energy looks like: reliable fuel from friends, not leveraged from adversaries. And American energy exports are rising. The United States averaged roughly 11 to 12 billion cubic feet per day of LNG exports last year. And credible forecasts show that that figure is climbing even further this year. Fuel from allies stabilizes prices at home and abroad. And why LNG instead of relying primarily on pipelines? Well, it's optionality. Tankers at sea carry freedom of choice, and it lets Poland buy from allies on demand. Energy freedom also means cutting emissions through innovation, not coercion. Around the world, fossil fuels, hydrocarbons still supply about 4/5 of the total primary energy, roughly 4 times of everything else combined. And if we can pretend that we would wish those molecules away by mandate, we end up with higher bills and weaker grids, as we can see in the UK and throughout much of the EU. We saw what happened in Europe in 2022, when rushed policies, supply shocks, and fragile systems collided. Families paid the price. The better path is practical. Use abundant American LNG, supplementing the higher emitting coal where it makes sense. Streamlining new nuclear power and reform grids so that they reward reliability, not intermittency. And that brings me to the most exciting pillar of our partnership, and that's nuclear power. Poland has laid the groundwork for a first wave of small modular reactors using an American boiling water design. And your authorities have issued decisions, in principle, that envision as many as 24 units across multiple locations. And this is a 24-hour, on-demand, clean power made in partnership with America. And the target on the table is to begin first builds as early as 2028 and to bring about 600 megawatts of capacity online by 2035. But if we align regulators, standardized designs, and clear bottlenecks, we can cut years off of those timelines. President Trump loves to move fast. So I love momentum. And if we produce components in Poland and in the United States, we'll create high-value jobs, lock in quality, and keep China out of critical energy hardware. And let me be candid about the stakes. China's influence is growing around the world, including in Poland. China's influence shows up quietly. Hardware in the cameras. I mean, I've seen the Hikvision teams even at your Supreme Court. Software in the networks and supply chains that look cheap until you need independence. Green technology built on Chinese-controlled supply chains is not energy freedom. It simply trades one dependency for another. Adopt a rule for critical infrastructure. No critical components from hostile powers for energy, telecommunications, and ports. The United States can help audit systems, finance replacements, and co-produce trusted hardware in Poland. And there's also a political challenge that we must face honestly. I'm concerned about the attempted takeover of Poland's institutions by the left. We hear promises of cheaper power through rapid wind build-outs and tighter state control, while reviewing the costs imposed by the European Union emissions trading system. Politicized energy raises prices and scares off free market investment. State control is not consumer protection. It often means higher bills and fewer choices. Energy freedom, competition with real safety standards, delivers reliability and innovation. And let's be clear, Poland's security posture proves that you take sovereignty seriously. You've raised defense spending, modernized your forces, and reinforced your borders, including temporary controls with neighbors to counter hybrid threats. Secure borders plus secure energy supports national sovereignty. Fuel wins wars. Domestic output plus reliable American LNG keeps the Polish military and economy mission ready for any crisis. And to my fellow Americans here today, Poland's not just another ally. Poland is a key strategic partner in Europe, economically and culturally. Polish Americans have built businesses, churches, schools, and neighborhoods that enrich our country. Poles helped win in my home state of Pennsylvania in the last election. Our nations share a love of faith, family, and freedom. And we also share a calling to lead. So here's what I propose. As an America First, Poland First foreign policy that honors our friends and strengthens our own people. First, expand energy trade on commercial terms that benefits families in both countries. Lock in long-term LNG contracts, accelerate terminal expansions, and keep costs low with infrastructure that works. Second, let's sprint together on nuclear power. Align our regulators for serial deployment of small modular reactors. Certify standard designs once, approve sites faster, and build supply chains in North America and Poland. Third, cut strategic dependence on Beijing. Set clear rules for critical infrastructure. No critical components from hostile powers. Audit, replace, and co-produce with trusted partners. Fourth, protect sovereignty from central planners. Do not let Brussels or any party tell Polish families and firms what to buy and when to buy it. Let competition and safety standards, not ideology, guide your choices. Fifth, keep faith with the Polish people, the families who pray, work, and serve by delivering an energy system that is reliable, affordable, and secure. That is how you keep the streets safe at night and the kitchens warm in the winter. And your winters are chilly. Poles are great allies and have a great economy. There's pressure from the left. There's too much influence from China. I've seen it up close, but I've also seen the courage and character to resist it. Together, Poland and America can secure freedom by doubling down on energy, choosing reliability over slogans, prosperity over dependency, and sovereignty over control. If we do that, our children will inherit not only a free Europe, but a stronger America, an America and a Poland that design, build, and power the future together. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the enduring friendship between Poland and the United States.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. One more round of applause. It has been so insightful, and I think it laid a perfect ground to start with our panel. Now we will learn about some of these projects in practice, what has been done, what can be done, and how we can bring these projects back on track and make sure that they're completed in the fastest possible manner. So I would like to invite up on the stage the moderator of the panel, wonderful Jana Śmiech, representing the Vice President of the Warsaw Institute. She's coming from the very back of the room, so, oh, there you go. Now, Margaret Cosentino, Executive Vice President for Corporate Affairs, Westinghouse Company. Mr. Justin Siberel, President, Regions and Corporate Affairs from the Bechtel Company. And Mr. Anthony Kim, representing Heritage Foundation. This will be very insightful.
All right, thank you very much for this kind introduction, ladies and gentlemen. Poland is at the decisive moment. For too long, our energy system was marked by dependence from the external actors, but at the same time, geopolitical vulnerabilities. And the future must be different. The future must be independent. And this is where exactly the Polish-American energy alliance will play a historical role. With partners like you, nuclear power will become a backbone of our energy system. I'm very much honored to be with you on this stage, and I would like to start our discussion with a very, I would say, maybe simple question. But energy in Poland is not just about supply. It is about independence, it is about sovereignty and resilience. So how do you see the Polish-American Energy Alliance contributing to this independence? And let me start with Margaret.
Well, thank you, Liliana. It's an honor to be here today on the occasion of the President's visit here to Washington, D.C. And with my colleague, Justin Westinghouse and Bechtel, are very honored to be working towards the first nuclear power plant in Poland with our AP1000 large modular reactor technology. This is a very important project, and not just commercially, obviously, but strategically. And this will be the cornerstone of the U.S.-Poland bilateral relationship for the next 100 years. This project to deploy large light water reactors in Poland was first conceived and executed under the first Trump administration. The team that really was powering this effort is back, was back early with the new administration, and they see this as a key priority in the bilateral. And this is going to provide firm, baseload, secure, independent energy for Poland. And it's going to bring together, on both sides, a lot around licensing, workforce, supply chain, all codified under the G2G, government-to-government intergovernmental agreement that exists to govern this process. So this is a top priority. I am confident the U.S. President will be talking about this with the Polish President today in the Oval Office, which is happening just now, and really a project of national importance for both sides.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Margaret. Justin, what would you add how this Polish-American Energy Alliance can contribute to our energy independence?
Sure, thank you, and I'll add my thanks also to TV Republica and to you, Liliana, for today's panel, and it's an honor to be here, again, associated with the President's visit. Well, there aren't too many sectors more strategic than energy cooperation between partners, and so the strength of the relationship is reflected, I think, in what we've seen in the development of Poland's energy security, energy independence, the decisions made to have a future that does not rely on Russian gas, taking matters into their own hands. The Polish people have determined a course that will secure their future, and to do so in partnership with the United States strengthens our bilateral strategic partnership. And within the energy sector, I don't think there's a more strategic form of energy than nuclear power. This is a decades-long, frankly, 100-year relationship we're talking about developing. Poland is what we call a greenfield nuclear country. There isn't an existing program in place. So the opportunity to develop collaboration, not only in the building of nuclear power plants, but the establishment of a nuclear regulator, the establishment of a nuclear supply chain, the know-how that will support a nuclear industry in Poland. This to be at the ground level, I think, speaking on behalf of Bechtel, and I think Westinghouse would share this, it's a great honor to have this opportunity to help build these industries together. I think it's a tremendous and wonderful opportunity, bolstered as well by what Ambassador Sands was saying earlier, the export of U.S. LNG to Poland, a very important component. We're providing baseload power for the Polish economy. It's an industrialized economy, which I think can benefit tremendously from the addition of nuclear power, and then to support the nuclear industry. What we have in mind is to develop a Polish supply chain to support this program that will then be leveraged for other nuclear programs around Europe. So it's an opportunity to build a whole new sector in the Polish economy, and we're very, very pleased and honored to be part of it.
Thank you very much. Well, we're also very much honored to have you on board. It was the conservative government, the government of law and justice, who actually started the talks and the topics, and I'm very happy that we came back to these discussions with the new president. And Anthony, what do you think? How this Polish-American alliance would contribute to our energy independence?
Sure, Liliana, it's always great to be on the same panel with you. I'll be probably echoing many of the points that Margaret and Justin made, but let me take a half step back while I have this mic. I was stepping outside to get some fresh air, and I saw this wonderful, loud, beautiful 4 F-35 fighter jets were flying over. This is really like a welcoming kind of gesture by the U.S. administration for your Polish president. So that much we are bonded. I mean, we don't do that, for all the summits. This is very special, very powerfully symbolic gesture we share with you all. And having said it, many of us obviously visited your wonderful country, Poland, but I don't know how many of you have actually visited my organization, the Heritage Foundation. Our door is wide open. We are not about just talking and meeting one time. This is really about journey together. This journey, as alluded by all your panelists, not just by defense and others, but from now on, this is a nuclear power journey together. So keep that in mind. And when you come to the Heritage Foundation, you will see our vision statement, which says, as an organization, we want to build an America where freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society flourish. I think the reason we are here together, not just to celebrate this wonderful White House summit, but to build a Poland where freedom, opportunity, and prosperity and civil society flourish. So we are bonded together with that vision and that mission, and I think that's why, more than ever, this subject, the energy security, energy independence, is really important, and I'm really glad that, Poland is a member of NATO, is a member of the EU, but we're talking about real highway here, bilateral, practical partnership, especially in the area of energy, and more specifically, nuclear energy, which is clean, reliable. I mean, that's why I say this bilateral partnership is really nuclear powered. I was super happy to see Secretary of Energy Chris Wright when he was visiting Poland in April for the 3 Seas initiative. He was very upfront about the wonderful power and real utility of nuclear energy. And when he was there, basically, this wonderful partnership between the United States and Poland came into reality with the Bechtel and Westinghouse and PEJ agreement. So this is only the beginning of the greater journey we'll make together. And I think that our gathering together really symbolizes that there are so many things we can do. And also, let's keep in mind, it's great to talk about defense cooperation, and it's also great that the Polish economy has just joined $1 trillion GDP club. That's a wonderful achievement. But again, I highlight that's only the beginning, and for us to elevate our partnership to a next level, what we need is really reliable and clean and very powerful energy, in this case, nuclear. So, fantastic. Let's do more.
Thank you. We're as excited as you are right now. So if we're talking about the investment and the importing of the U.S. Technology, I would like to ask you, Margaret, what to do in a way that it's not just importing the U.S. Technology, but at the same time building Polish capacity, jobs, and know-how, because we said in the beginning that it's about the long-term cooperation. We don't want to have something ad hoc. We don't want to do something and then forget about it. We want to build something very sustainable, and how to do it in a way from your perspective.
Yes, so this is an incredibly important point. For Westinghouse, we have a philosophy around our nuclear projects, which is we buy where we build. We have set up operations in Poland. We've already hired about 400 engineers and procurement leaders in country who are already working around the clock on the project. We've hosted multiple supplier days, met with hundreds of Polish companies. We are actually right now already advancing with many Polish companies around getting them qualified around nuclear components, which is a really, I think, going to be great to ensure that we have that localization, and that is, we know how important that is. Last year, PricewaterhouseCoopers released an independent report that assessed the economic impact of this project in Poland. They estimate that that's going to be 120 billion zloty. That will be an economic GDP impact in Poland over the course of the construction of the 6 reactors. About 10,000 jobs that will be created in Poland. And that is really, as Justin noted, standing up the Polish nuclear industry, not just for the projects in Poland, but for the AP1000 projects that are underway across the continent, Poland, of course, being the leader in that. So we see the Polish supply chain is fundamentally critical to the success of this project and setting it up for long-term success, not just for opportunities there, but elsewhere.
Thank you very much. And Justin, what to do in a way to have this project on time? Because, you know, usually when you hear some critics saying that, you know, it's a long-term perspective, we need energy now. So what to do to have it delivered in the time frame that we would set in front of us?
Yeah, it's a very important question. You know, the nuclear construction of nuclear power plants is a complex undertaking. I think the first step there is to choose the right technology and the right team, and Poland has done that. This is a proven technology, the AP1000. It's in operation, in 6 units in operation currently, 2 in the United States. We are leveraging the experience that has come from completing these projects and the lessons learned from delivering the AP1000 into the Poland example. And so when, as Margaret alluded to, in the first Trump administration, when the intergovernmental agreement was established between the U.S. and Polish governments, there was an element here which was to build off of the delivery of the Vogtle units and to take the expertise. And so we roll right into the Polish program. We have a very close partnership. As Margaret said, we have hundreds and hundreds of people working on the program in Poland today. The supply chain is being built. Companies are being qualified for nuclear construction. We've completed the first stage of the geotechnical investigation at the site. 10,000 samples taken, 7,000 laboratories, 7,000 analyses conducted, it's the largest geotechnical investigation ever taken in Poland's history. So we're making very good progress. What needs to be completed now is the engineering, which we're at the final stages of, and then we move into a contract for the plant. So we're moving, I think, at the right pace. But always we have to move as fast together. We have to have a strong collaboration at the government level, the industrial level, local level. I think that's coming together. Obviously, there are challenges when we have a new nuclear state. And getting companies rated for nuclear construction is a big part of what we're trying to do, educating the supply chain, how to qualify for nuclear construction. But very exciting opportunity, and building off the lessons we've already learned in the delivery of AP1000 units is the best way to assure schedule.
And I think what is also reassuring that there is consensus, especially in the society, in Poland itself. Because if you look at other countries, like neighboring countries, like Germany, for example, well, you wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, they close all of their nuclear power plants. But Poland, I believe, believes and understands that the nuclear is the future for us at this current moment in the uncertainty that we are experiencing from all around the world. And also looking at the climate policy that was implemented in the headquarters of the European Union in Brussels. So that's, I think, the only solution for us to be energy independent. Anthony, I would not very much like shift, but I would like to ask you about the geopolitical uncertainty. How do you think Poland's energy independence would contribute to the transatlantic security?
Without any doubt, this is a very important dimension. And obviously, I think Ambassador Calasan also mentioned that, when we're talking about Make America Great Again, that doesn't mean America alone, just for America. What we are really looking into is that true, practical, operational partnership, especially with like-minded and willing partners. If not Poland, and who? And if not now, when? And if not nuclear energy, when are we going to do it? I mean, let's be honest. This whole issue of nuclear energy in Poland is not like a brand new issue. Poland has been talking about it. Different, administrations in Poland, they wanted to do it. Then green energy agenda came and delayed and postponed and neglected. But right now, we are actually doing it. So rather than just talking about the future, we are actually embracing and making and shaping the future together. So I think this is a really practical case for us to elevate and further operationalize in terms of really advancing the transatlantic relationship and partnership. And again, we're really talking about national security and economic security, because without energy security, how can we achieve other securities? So, and also I'm so happy that this is really the kind of true, public and private partnership together. Political level, governmental level, they want to do it. And we have willing companies and partners both here in Poland. And that's why we have this agreement. And again, I think this is time to do it. And the direction of the journey is very clear.
Then I will have a follow-up question to this, because some argue that actually energy independence in Europe is an illusion. And the question would be, what makes actually the Polish-American alliance different? And why do we think that Poland can actually achieve the energy independence?
I'll say this way. I think our partnership with Poland is not the partnership of yesterday. I mean, to say the least, this is a partnership of today. So we are talking about today's economic, geopolitical, geoeconomic settings and how to resolve the challenges together. But more importantly, as we've been talking about, this partnership, either energy or defense, but let's be honest, without energy, how can we get to the defense partnership? So this is really about partnership for future, and that's why, once again, the willingness from Poland, either government officials or private sector, the recognition of the importance of the real reliable energy source, in this case, nuclear, I think that tells a lot to all of us. And again, this partnership driven by, capable partners, more than ever, facilitated by willingness on both countries, I think that's the unique case. We cannot see this kind of real partnership drive in other member nations in EU, for example. This lingering regulations, political debate, still missing for some kind of green energy agenda. But in Poland, yes, you guys have that debate too, but the direction, the big picture direction is very clear to all of us, and that's why we are here together to move things forward and onward. So I have no doubt this is only the beginning of the greater future we'll build together.
Thank you very much. And Justin, so if independence is our goal, what would you say it's, let's say, the biggest vulnerability in Poland? Would it be financing? Would it be technology? Well, I believe there is a political will and there is a public support. So what do you think from your company's perspective would be the biggest vulnerability right now on this current moment in the project?
Yeah, well, as I said before, nuclear power projects are large undertakings, and maintaining that consensus is absolutely vital. So from the national government level to the state governments, to the local government localities, to the business community, all have to be supportive through the lifetime of the project. And maintaining that consensus is the work of all of us, really. And Margaret alluded to supplier affairs. Both of our companies are working very hard to engage the community, to tell them when to be ready at the particular moments as this project will evolve, and when their services or products will be needed, and to surge accordingly. The business community also has to believe in the project in order to put the resources behind being ready to support the program. So you need consistent messaging, and you need commitment. And what we have, as Anthony has said, you have governments in Poland that are absolutely committed to the partnership. I think we have a very strong commitment, clearly, on the part of the U.S. administration to the Poland relationship. So it starts there, and it just has to be maintained. It's hard work for all of us, and we're still really at the beginning, the middle of the beginning of this project. We have years to go, and we look forward to the delivery of...
But not a lot of years.
No. And in fact, it's moving very well. That's the issue here. This program is exciting because it's on track and it's moving consistently forward, which is very positive. If you look at projects around the world, even in the United States, we talk about a nuclear renaissance. There's a lot of excitement about the resurgence of nuclear power in America, but there's also a lot of talk, and we're still waiting for real decisions to be taken. In the Polish case, you have very clear decision making, and you have it shared across governments, which is very, very nice to see, and we look forward to maintaining that momentum.
Thank you. And Margaret, what would you add? What are the biggest obstacles from your perspective?
The best way to deploy nuclear is as a fleet. To choose one proven, outstanding technology and to build it over and over and over again. And we are starting to see this fleet mentality come together across Central and Eastern Europe in particular. In addition to the project in Poland, we have a commitment in Ukraine to build 9 AP1000s as part of their reconstruction effort. We have a project in Bulgaria. We have active discussions going on in other countries as well. And that's where you really see an acceleration around nuclear, the know-how that comes from having people who are working and building the same technology over and over, the supply chain that is primed and ready to go. The licensing is not, sort of being recreated each and every time. The regulator understands well the technology and the deployment and the impacts. And so I do think that, and then the purchasing power of looking at starting to procure sort of at scale and economies that come with that as well. So I do think in many of the elements Justin talked about in Poland, we're starting to see a fleet sort of approach, I think, coming together a bit across Europe. The second site, being selected in Poland will help drive a lot of that efficiency as is sort of envisioned under the intergovernmental agreement. So I think some consolidation around approach will be absolutely critical to keep the project moving and keep it on track.
Great, thank you very much. Anthony, beyond nuclear, what other areas of U.S.-Polish cooperation in the energy sector would you see as possible? I don't know, coal, maybe modernization, LNG. We already know that U.S. became the biggest LNG exporter to the European Union, so I believe it's a great success. Looking at the recent months, but what else could actually accelerate this energy independence? Not just of Poland itself, but maybe of the bigger, let's say, picture, bigger region?
In my view, I think we are doing it in terms of really deepening and widening our operational space when it comes down to energy cooperation with Poland. I think we're really enlarging it. So I'll say, all the available options, practically available options. And once again, I think, more than ever, I'm more excited about this whole nuclear energy cooperation because it'll take some time for sure, but I think that when I look into it, this is really about creating never seen before huge energy supply chain, not only energy supply chain, but manufacturing sector and all others included. So this is a really multi-dimensional cooperation. Obviously, defense and manufacturing sector and growing Polish economy and political support and everything. So I really think that this momentum in front of us, this is something that we should really embrace and really advance it. And to do that, I think what matters is, I guess, more so in Poland than United States, for example, because in a sense, United States, we are a supplier of technology and all that kind of needed energy for Poland. And Poland, although it's been coming out of this national debate in terms of really being realistic and then practical about the energy options, I think that needs to be, once again, let's say, reminded and even, if I may, kind of re-educated through the public debates and all that. So this is not like, let's try this time. No, I think we passed that kind of a milestone. This is really time to really make it happen kind of phase. Again, nuclear energy is not like an overnight process, obviously. There will be some ups and downs and all that, but the direction is undeniable once again. And this is what we can do with a like-minded and willing partner. And we're talking about Westinghouse. We're talking about Bechtel. So let's make it happen, really. I mean, I don't know how else I can say.
Thank you. And Justin, like similar question to you. What beyond the nuclear could we build on this Polish-American energy alliance? Maybe hydrogen. What kind of other projects do you see as possible in the near future?
Yeah, well, I think once you develop the nuclear supply chain, as Margaret said, there will be opportunities beyond Poland, and that's certainly our objective here, is to build an industry really to strengthen an existing manufacturing base to be prepared to take on these projects outside Poland. You know, the Bechtel is a builder, so we're the constructor, and we have 80 years of experience in the nuclear sector, but we've got vast experience across different technologies and delivering projects. And the way we work is similar to what Margaret said, where we build where we buy where we build. It's the same for Bechtel. We find local industry, we build up that local industry, we find a local workforce, train that local workforce to be leveraged in additional projects elsewhere. That begins to create a kind of capability that is attractive across other industries as well. I think it's, I come back to what I said before, that energy is a very strategic sector for countries to cooperate in, and the nuclear power sector is among the most strategic. So we developed this capacity, this capability, and I think it can be leveraged for all kinds of additional opportunities.
Thank you. And same question to Margaret.
Well, you know, Westinghouse is a nuclear technology company, so we're partial to splitting atoms. But I think, look, so, you know, where we see, I think, some additional opportunities here, we were just talking before at the panel, we're headquartered in Pennsylvania, which has a large Polish-American population. A lot of our suppliers are in Pennsylvania. And one of the really exciting things that we've seen with the new administration is this commitment through executive orders to deploy 10 large reactors here in the U.S. By 2030, having them under construction. And I think that's a very exciting and ambitious goal, and the U.S. government is very focused on doing the same thing here that Poland is doing with its nuclear program. And so, you know, we talk about that partnership relative to the investment and impact in Poland of that 100 years, but how exciting would it be also to, with new AP1000 projects in the U.S., to have the Polish suppliers, the Polish operators, right, that linkage that goes back and forth and supports both fleets. So I think that there is a lot of opportunity here. I think that's why it's so important that this partnership not only has that commercial basis, but also has that government-to-government element to it, because I think seeing both countries double down on this technology is going to be, I think, to the benefit of both operating fleets.
Great, thank you very much. And do you believe that Polish-American alliance can serve as a model for not only these countries that seek cleaner, let's say, energy mix, but also true sovereignty and freedom in their energy choices? Anthony.
I'll go back to my earlier sort of opening remark. I think this is all about really freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society. We want to build those values into reality together. So this energy cooperation is very important, critical part of it. And we are so glad that we have this momentum once again. And Poland is ready. And I think that what's been happening over the past 3 to 4 years, let's say since 2022, I think it's been really like ups and downs, really very, very sad, regrettable, unfortunate, however, tragic you may want to describe. Now we have this opportunity all of a sudden in front of us because we now have a different United States. We're here, different leadership, actual doer. So that opportunity, that momentum, I think that's very important. And that's why this is really about not only just supplying technology and all the necessary equipments, but this is really about the vision, this is about commitment, and this is about really elevating our partnership with Poland, real practical, constructive one. So earlier I mentioned that yes, Poland is a member of NATO, you are doing fantastic. Poland is also a member of the European Union, but that doesn't mean, United States, we cannot have this direct, bilateral, practical economic engagement. We don't need a free trade agreement per se, but we need this kind of real interaction and engagement. And in this case, obviously, the backbone of economic growth in this current economic environment, energy, and especially in nuclear. So once again, I'm just repeating myself, but this is time to do so.
And can our alliance serve as a model for other countries that are seeking for...
I think I answered it. Because of that, definitely, I think this is a model alliance.
Right.
This is not about...
I wanted to hear it, and thank you. Well, I will have the same question to you for the end of our discussion. Do you think, like, from your current perspective, how the project is going, how other projects are being implemented, and the very important meeting that is taking place right now, do you think that this alliance can serve as a model, as a role model for other countries? If we look at this bilateral relationship between your country and our, Justin.
Yes, I hope so, because you have a lot can happen when you have decisive leadership and making decisions in the way that we've seen in this program, that enabled this program and maintained the momentum in this program. So I'd like to think so. I mean, countries have to make choices. They have to make hard decisions about things like energy security, about relationships and partnerships. And I think we're very privileged to be working on a program in which you have a very strong commitment from both governments to advance this program and to the betterment of both societies. I mean, you asked before what other areas of cooperation can develop. Once you have strong source and reliable source of baseload power, all kinds of things can happen. You can, of course, we're talking about the AI data revolution and data centers and how to power the next generation of technology. This makes that possible. So I think the sky's the limit, really, and I do hope that this can be a model for other relationships.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're clearly seeing that energy security is becoming synonymous with national security. That this is an integral part of a bilateral security type relationship. And I do very much expect to see that this partnership that has been established at the government-to-government level will become the model for other energy security bilateral relationships. I mean, there are a lot of linkages that come along with building a new nuclear project, whether it's on financing, whether it's on advocacy, whether it's on licensing, supply chain, all of the enabling elements that go along with deploying a project. And a lot of that is governed as part of this IGA that exists. And I do think that it is recognized as a very good approach. And I expect that we'll see this as the gold standard for this kind of cooperation on a go-forward basis.
Great, thank you. Anthony, you want to...
I just want to offer one footnote. Although it could be a great model for other countries in terms of following the footsteps of Poland, very frankly, it's not easily replicable. I mean, we are really talking about like-minded, willing partners. I mean, even in Europe, let's be honest, who else can do this kind of partnership with the United States? So for me, yes, it's a model, but really, very frankly, it's a very unique model other countries cannot really grab.
And why do you think is it so special? Is it because we actually, as two different countries, we put our own interests on the first place, but at the same time respect our partners in the decision making, or where does it come from?
It's because of you, Liliana. It's because of Polish people. It's because of Poland's rising younger generation who really want to transform the country into something never seen before. And that's why we see growing Polish economy. Again, $1 trillion economy is not easy to achieve. And when you go Brussels, when you go Berlin, you see the difference nowadays. You feel the different energy. So the source of this kind of partnership, I really believe it's coming from you, Polish people.
Wow, I think this is the great ending of this panel discussion. Thank you very much to our panelists. Anthony, Justin, Margaret, thank you very much. And I'm wishing you a nice afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What an incredible panel. And so insightful. We're very grateful to all of our great, for all our great panelists. Let me remind you, wonderful moderation of Liliana Śmiech, Warsaw Institute. By the way, Warsaw with the A, not with the O. Apologize, the typo. Margaret Cosentino, Executive Vice President for Corporate Affairs at Westinghouse. Justin Siberel, President, Regions and Corporate Affairs at Bechtel Company. And Anthony Kim from Heritage Foundation. Now, I've been told that the lunch is served, so without further ado, I would like to invite you to enjoy a little meal before we start another part of our night, our conference, shortly after lunch, precisely at 2 p.m. So please be here back at 2 p.m. Exciting program ahead. And in the meantime, enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
Sponsorem konferencji jest Zondacrypto, licencjonowana giełda kryptowalut.
tried this and tried that, but irregularity kept coming back all the same.
Good afternoon. Please start to find your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Please take your seats. The program is about to resume. Please take your seats. The program is about to resume.
Sponsorem konferencji jest Zondacrypto, licencjonowana giełda kryptowalut.
It doesn't mean that everyone can hear me better. Particularly in that other room, I just wanted to announce that the lunch is officially over. So everyone who's there in the lobby, please come inside the room. We're starting another exciting part of our conference, Polish-American Strategic Industries Summit, organized by the largest, the most successful, and the most influential Polish media, TV Republika. Welcome, everyone. Please take your seats. So we're starting with the second half of our day and our conference on a very strong foot, with inviting up on the stage our very good friend, the First Lady of CPAC organization, Mercedes Schlapp. To make it even more exciting, she will be interviewed by another great friend of ours, Matthew Foldy.
Oh, come on, you're not asleep.
You guys are right.
Wake up, wake up.
For Mercy than for me, it's fine.
I'm trying to think, maybe we sit here.
All right, nothing else to say. Enjoy the wonderful conversation between the two. Thank you very much to both of you for showing up today.
This is what I do on TV all the time. I'm always moving things. Okay, but is this crazy? Look at our outfits. Stand up. This is crazy.
You all missed the dress code.
we didn't even match this. We just dressed up, and this is how we look.
Normally you see us on TV every single night, but so now you get us in the daytime here.
Where did you get the suit?
Well, who was at Polish CPAC? Okay. So I was wearing an American flag jacket at Polish CPAC, yes. And I didn't want to outfit repeat. I know that women understand the need for that more than men most of the time. So I thought, what is a suitably American outfit that I can wear for our friends at TV Republika? And I pulled out this. This is only the second time I've ever worn this, so you have never seen this.
I think we should take one of those Polish flags and just add it on as a detail. Don't you think that would be great?
Complete the outfit, and even down to my American flag boots. But we're here to talk about both America and Poland, so we'll keep everyone awake after
we are. I hope everybody got coffee, and it's really great that you all are here today. Did you all enjoy yesterday's beautiful event? That was amazing. Agnieszka, seriously, stand up. You organized the whole thing. It was amazing. And V told, I'm going to get you one of these suits. I think it would be just fabulous.
And I think the highlight was Tomasz's excellent speech in English.
It was
I've
very
seen him
good.
a lot, but I've never heard him speak that much in English. Now, fortunately, you and I are only going to speak in English on this panel.
I did promise that the next CPAC Poland, I will at least have 10 Polish words. So I'm going to practice very hard. So I got to spend a lot of time with you. We're going to learn.
I'll kick us off. Dziękuję Bartok, everyone. For
Okay.
having us.
Don't show off.
That's my
This
Polish
is what
flex.
you do.
So let's start. We're talking about Poland and America and obviously strategic industry summit, but I think also strategic values goes into that. So let's start right off the bat. You're one of the most prominent conservative Catholics in America and in American politics today. So set us up big picture with what values you see Americans and Poles having in common that help explain why the Polish President Karol Nawrocki was meeting with our President Donald Trump earlier today.
Well, I think, first and foremost, and I think for society and for Western civilization, the family is the core of Western civilization. If we have broken families, if we have chaos in our families, if we have godless homes, the homes will not survive. Society will not survive and especially today when you have social media being so prominent in the lives of these young children, these young teenagers that are easily influenced by what they see on their phones. And really, it's critical to have, the mom, the dad there helping to raise these children, making that the priority, building a healthy home. And, for us, for our family, I have 5 daughters. And it's about, it's about having God in the center of this family. And one of the things I love, and that's why I think, although I grew up, my father's from Cuba, my mom's from Spain, as a Cuban American, I feel almost Polish because when I went to Poland, you really do feel the presence of God. It is, you inspire us by the fact that you've had these incredible religious leaders that came from your country, these incredible leaders that really sacrificed their lives for others. I mean, Maximilian Kolbe is one of the most fascinating stories of, someone who stood in place and said, please, I will die. He was in Auschwitz. I will die and let this man live so that he can be with his family. That, to me, that ultimate sacrifice of life, that ultimate sacrifice for another person is so courageous, and it inspires me in my faith. It inspires our family in our faith as well. I mean, obviously, St. John Paul II, who his presence in Poland back in 1979 with the Solidarity movement as well led to this change that we saw in Poland. What a hero. What a man who stood for what is right and for what is of God. And as the people of Poland said, we want God. And I think that's an important message, that value of family and faith that we all should really hold on to, because those are the pillars of our Western civilization. And when you have you see what's happening in cities like in London or the outskirts of Paris, of these no-go zones. You see what's happening in Christian areas in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where Islamic militants spend their time massacring innocent Christians day in and day out. And it is awful to watch, and we cannot close our eyes to that. We have to understand that the family is critical. The Muslim community, the Muslims will continue to have 8 kids, and then the Christians, what are we doing? 1 or 2 kids? It's not enough.
Not the schlaps.
Not the schlaps. It is not that. But what I'm saying is it's so critical to be able to promote a family-friendly environment. And I think that the governments here in the United States and in Poland should figure out the best ways to provide tax relief for families, which I know we did here in the United States, and ensure that families feel supported, that it's okay to have children and not be just saying, okay, I can't afford to have a kid. And so I think that's one of, the big components is family, the faith component, something that I was very much inspired when I went to Poland to watch that and be part of that experience.
And so let's zoom in quickly on, we were talking about America and Poland, but let's talk about CPAC and TV Republika. CPAC, I call it the International Justice League at this point. It's almost like, to me, as I think about it, I've been going to CPAC in America for a long time, 12 years, I think. And now CPAC is a global force of anti-globalism, is kind of how I've seen it this year in Poland and in Hungary. You guys had the first ever CPAC in Poland this year, right before the election. I think you could argue that it proved decisive in an election as narrowly decided as it was, to have both top American political figures like Kristi Noem, as well as TV Republika, which is, of course, as now we all know, become the largest TV station in all of Poland. What made you guys want to do that partnership at such a critical time for Poland? Not on a national level that you're talking, but on a conservative to conservative level. What made that so logical for you guys?
Well, Agnieszka told me we had to do it, so whatever she tells me to do, we just do. But look, I think the partnership between Republika and CPAC has been one of the most powerful partnerships in Poland. It was taking the media and Republika and what they were able to do to bring along so many and share the message of Nawrocki and the change that we needed in Poland. And then on top of that, CPAC could provide the place where we can bring together the grassroots, bring together people that might not be that involved in politics but wanted to learn more, and really create that coalition in Poland. And I think, you know, it was a big risk we took, and it was especially because we were doing it the same week of CPAC Hungary. And if you know the Hungarians, they were like, what do you mean you're doing CPAC Poland on top of CPAC Hungary? It was definitely something that we knew if we had to do it, we had to move fast. We were very decisive. And with all of our partners, especially Republika, being able to get it to the finish line and have the enormous amount of success in Poland in really shifting those numbers, in getting not only the media in Poland covering it with Republika and selling the message of what we needed and providing, I think, the hope, the message of hope and the change we needed, not hope and change like Obama, but
no, definitely not.
But even here in the United States, people in the United States are finally understanding Poland's strategic positioning. They're being a critical ally to the United States. And I think that it really played well, because then it was also the Polish Americans here in the United States wait a second, we can actually win this election, which I know that at certain points it didn't look like we could win that election in Poland. But let me tell you, this election was important, but the next year's elections are even more important. We got to win in the parliament. We got to ensure that we're able to build the right coalitions so the president can be effective in doing his job. We see here with President Trump that he's got the Republicans in power, both in the Senate and in the House. It makes a huge difference. You're able to drive your agenda and get things done. The Democrats, they're lost. They have no idea what messaging they want to agree to. I mean,
they're still trying to figure out how many genders there are.
Well, and Foldy, they actually defend crime. I mean, how is that possible? How do you defend criminals that you're saying, I don't need help because, you know, it's okay if we have some crime? It makes no sense. It is putting your opponent on defense. And that has to be the goal of this president, of President Nawrocki. This has to be the goal of the right-wing parties, to be able to say, we're going to play offense. We're going to talk directly to the Polish people. We are not going and put your opponents on defense. That has to be the key.
I was going to ask you what Poles can learn from Trump's successful 2024 campaign, but you basically just answered that. So instead, I'll ask, on an actual policy agenda, again, Nawrocki and Trump are meeting today. You've already talked about it a little bit with the pro-family policies, but immigration, can you talk about that and the Russia-Ukraine war in terms of what we're seeing from Trump and how Poles can look to that, learn from that, and then on the flip side, what you learned from your trip to Poland, what we as Americans can learn from Nawrocki's successes in both winning and in his first weeks in office?
Well, I think for President Trump, it was playing the offense game, definitely, and moving fast, which I think Nawrocki's doing that. He's going and laying out his initiatives quickly, pushing them out there, and then seeing how the other team is going to respond. Look, this is his moment. He has the most political capital that he can possibly have right now in Poland. He has the popularity. When we were out on the streets during the inauguration of the president, I was talking to several people who said they had never seen the amount of people coming out to the streets with the Polish flags, so excited about this president. So this is when you build your MAGA movement. As we've seen in the United States, our Republican Party, which was kind of, they call it a country club Republican Party, I'm sure you all know, they called them the Rhinos. They have been pretty much swallowed up by the MAGA movement, because the MAGA movement is the movement of the people. And that is the same movement that we need to, when I say the same movement, the energy we need to really hone in on when we go into Poland into these next elections. Because let me tell you, yes, this was a victory, but we have a much more important victory that needs to happen next year.
And they're going to cut us off shortly. So take us back to your time in the first Trump term. And you guys were under siege every day from a pandemic made in China, from journalists in D.C., from liberals. I mean, the White House was literally under siege at times in the summer of 2020, the summer of love. What lessons did you learn from that you think you've either seen Trump do, both in the 2024 campaign and as he's governing the country now, and that you just think in general are important for people on the right in countries like Poland to make sure that they learn before they have to actually experience those problems themselves?
Right. So we had the situation, and this goes on. So I worked with President Trump in the White House as his senior advisor for strategic communications. I was there for over 2.5 years and then and then went over to the campaign. And it was a horrible, I shouldn't say first of all, he's the best boss ever. He's literally the best boss ever. He was always so supportive, especially of the women that were on his team. He would listen to what we had to say. I'll tell you this really funny story about him. We were in the Oval Office, and he had one painting of this president, Andrew Jackson, he's got like Foldy's hair. He's like wild,
I'll take it as a compliment.
You're more handsome than Andrew Jackson.
I'm a little bit more alive than he is.
And so Trump looks at me and goes, Mercedes, am I more handsome than Andrew Jackson? And I looked at him and I said,
there can only be one answer when the president asks you that.
And so I looked at him and I said, no, I think Andrew Jackson is more handsome than you. And he just started laughing. He was just like, really, really, really? I was like, yes. So, but look, he is someone who loves America, loves the American people, is completely committed to transforming this country. And I say transforming in a way of making this country into the greatest country in the world, and bringing up with him his incredible allies. And those allies are President Javier Milei in Argentina. His allies are Meloni in Italy, Giorgia Meloni in Italy. His allies are going to, I believe, Nawrocki's going to fit into that role of being one of his strongest allies. We need to make Nawrocki into an international phenomenon. I want everybody in the globe to know this president, because he is a man of strength. He's a man of the people, and he's a man who wants to implement real change in Poland and make it into one of the strongest and thriving economies in Europe. Because what are we watching? We're seeing the fall of Western Europe, except Italy, and the rise of Eastern, Central Europe coming our way. It is why Poland is in one of the top 20 fastest growing economies. We're really seeing how they're interested in honing in on building their businesses and industry there. There's so much potential in Poland, but we need to let the world know about this incredible country and its incredible leader. And so we are committed at CPAC to make sure that Nawrocki does become that international phenomenon. And we're not doing it just in Poland. This year alone, just so you know.
You've got, 35 countries with CPAC this year?
Just from now till December. So if anyone wants to raise the shop girls during this time, that might be helpful. Elisa. Thank God we have a college graduate. We have coming up, CPAC Australia will be in Spain. Now we're working with Vox, and I'm telling you, we're going to work hard, because the Spanish socialist government, talk about corruption and talk about the scandals that they're in. And we're going to keep working hard on that country. But we've got CPAC Paraguay, CPAC Australia, CPAC Japan. I'm missing one. What am I missing? CPAC Argentina, all from now till December. That next year we're moving into CPAC Colombia, and then we have our big CPAC in the United States in Dallas on March, which you are all welcome to join us. It is truly, we do an international summit the day before, and then we have a 3 to 4 day conference with the most sensational, the best speakers internationally that come also in America. So you really get a sense of how this movement for freedom is not just in your country. It is across the globe how we are all connected. We're also doing CPAC Brazil in exile. We're doing CPAC Iran in exile. We've got why? Because we are going to keep pushing back on these socialists. We're going to keep pushing back on these communists. They need to know that we are stronger now than ever before. We're not going to let them come over and take over our families and take over our institutions. We are done with it. And that is the goal that CPAC has focused on from day one, and how we're going to continue to expand across the globe in really spreading this message of freedom.
If you are a conservative anywhere in the world, whether you're in prison or not, CPAC has your back, and you guys should rest assured that they will not stop until everyone in America knows how to spell Karol Nawrocki's name. Thank you all so much for chatting, and we'll be back soon.
Thank you very much, Mercy and Matt. Such a wonderful conversation. Is there, by the way, any plan to maybe have a show of the two of you somewhere up on the TV or somewhere?
Every night, 10 p.m.
We do every night at 10 p.m., but maybe. Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And by the way,
Smile, everybody.
I'm giving a hard time to. Oh, there you go.
All right. All right, we're going.
I'm giving a hard time to our technical team switching the microphones. They never do. They never know which microphone am I going to use. By the way, the pronunciation sometimes is an issue. I don't know if you heard how President Trump pronounced Mr. Nawrocki's name, and he emphasized how much attention he paid to actually learn the proper pronunciation of Mr. Nawrocki's name. I think it could have been much worse if you think of the other candidate and his last name. So we're good at this, and Matt, your pronunciation was superb. It was really good. So now we're moving on to a very interesting subject, something that I feel could be a field for collaboration for Poland and America. Cryptocurrencies, blockchain, new technologies. Is there any chance that Poland and the United States of America can together take it to the next level? And if yes, what would it take? I would like to invite our great panelists, Mr. Przemysław Kral, the CEO of Zondacrypto currency exchange, one of the largest and the most successful cryptocurrencies exchange in Europe. Mr. Piotr Trąbiński. Piotr, are you here in the room? Oh, you're here. Google Data Center from Washington, D.C. And Justyna Orłowska, former plenipotentiary of the GovTech for the former government of Poland, conservative government of Poland, with her great experience. And just so you know, my name is not Jarosław Olechowski, my name is Adrian Kubicki, but I will have a pleasure to lead that panel and ask some questions to our wonderful panelists. So I'm switching the microphone one more time. So let us start talking about the cryptocurrencies and the situation on the global markets. Capitalization is on the rise. I think it's going to reach pretty soon $4 trillion. I don't think you can call cryptocurrencies a niche project, a project that should not be treated equally as other means, other currencies. What do you think, Przemysław?
Yeah, for sure, it's not a niche product. We are in a crypto era now, so for sure we can say that, crypto is booming. Some people say it is very dangerous. Some people say that it's the era that should happen, and it happens now. So for sure, I think the governments are not prepared for crypto, but people are. And the adoption in crypto adoption, what does it mean? It means that the number of people who are familiar with crypto in United States and in Poland is similar. So it means that people are very open, very crypto-friendly. And we are now in the time that, when the people who are living in Poland, they remember the internet era when we connected to the modem and we are waiting for the connection. So in crypto, we are exactly in this place. So we are waiting on the platform for the Pendolino train. And it is coming.
So what is it needed? And you touch upon something very interesting, that the governments are not ready. It seems that among many other governments, this government, the American government administration, is catching up pretty quickly. Recently, the implemented Genius Act is supposed to create the environment to familiarize, or at least create a safe environment to develop the stablecoin market, the cryptocurrencies in general. What is your take on that, Piotr? Do you think this is something that will help in developing, making the cryptocurrencies safer? Do you think this is something that should be implemented in other countries, including Poland, European Union?
Thank you, Adrian. Maybe let's step back for a second, because we need to define the terminology here. So when we talk about crypto and blockchain is a big bucket. So that's the technology that is underpinning crypto, central bank digital currency, stable coins, everything that you heard about in the media, and most of us probably do not understand, including myself. So the technology is blockchain. And blockchain is a new technology, is a breakthrough technology. It is a technology that has a power to transform the financial markets. It is probably, alongside DAI and probably soon quantum, the most important technology that we should pay attention to, because that's going to transform the way we operate, essentially how we do business, how we transact, how we buy properties. And the key characteristic of this technology is the efficiency and its time. So essentially, through blockchain, we reduce time that normally would take weeks, hours, days, to seconds or milliseconds. And that's the key breakthrough of this technology. In terms of what it does to crypto market stablecoins, not every asset that is built on blockchain is equal. They have different functions. They also serve different purposes. And with the current regulation from the US, we can see that it is a very positive step towards familiarizing the technology with different users, but also allowing people to learn in a safe environment. So my take on this, it is extremely positive, especially as it comes to stablecoins. We can differ on whether we should, to what extent crypto is a safe asset. We can differ probably on whether central bank digital currencies are something that should be fostered because of the notion that then central banks can control more. But essentially, the whole technology allows us to do more with more and more efficiently in less time. So that's the key challenge. On how the Poland could benefit from this, I think we should look into what is going on and pay attention to what is going on in the US. We have a different regulatory framework. We are now under the implementation of the MiCA legislation from the European Union. So it's more comprehensive than a piecemeal approach applied in the US. Time will tell which approach is better, but both approaches gonna allow both countries, MiCA in Poland and then regulation introduced by the current administration, to experience and to use those technologies in a way that we never were able to use before. So, so maybe I will stop here and give mic to you, Adrian.
Thank you very much. So I will pass it on. A very similar question to Justina. You worked on various GovTech projects related to developing, implementing new technologies, and obviously the regulations that have to follow to create the good environment for that. Can you reveal what was the stance and some of the ideas that the Polish government had to make, on one hand, the technology, the fintech and obviously blockchain crypto technologies more accessible, but also safer, stabilized in a way?
Yeah, thank you for this question, and thank you so much for inviting me to be in the panel today, and congratulations on the conference. I am really excited to be a part of this. And thank you, my colleagues, for sharing your thoughts on cryptocurrencies. So when it comes to what we have done in Poland under the government of Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki, and as well as I was in person and with my team supporting Minister Czarnek, who was Minister for Education and Science in Poland. So our approach was that technology itself is secondary, because the biggest question is what the challenges are. And then, based on the challenges that we are aware of, then we can decide what technology can be applied. So speaking of blockchain, not necessarily it is the best solution for every problem. And always we were like giving the example of, for example, the challenge of let's say, trash collection in Świdnik, one of the cities in Poland next to Lublin. And actually, during the hackathon is like a marathon for programmers, for software developers, like a 24/7, 24 hours, and they are given challenges and they solve them. And it turned out that not blockchain, not quantum, not AI, but the regular spreadsheet, the regular Excel was the solution for the problem. So my point is that actually this is very important from the government's perspective to think about the best solutions to the problems. And when it comes to what the challenges are right now, so for example, the President Karol Nawrocki has announced the new project, the new bill, the draft of the bill for Breakthrough Technology Development Fund that will be answering the biggest challenges in technology, not to stay behind the technology race, the global technology race, not to stay behind as a Poland. So it will be our, let's say, national insurance policy to be in the pace of technology. And I was lucky to be invited by the President Nawrocki and the leader of these efforts for technology, so Magdalena Hajduk, who is advisor for the President on technology. And I hope that the Parliament right now, the bill they will pass the bill that the President forwarded to Parliament.
Thank you very much. Going back to Przemysław, you're a practitioner, very active also in media, commenting and also sharing your thoughts and your takes on the cryptocurrency market in Europe, also in Poland. You've been criticizing Polish government for not taking the lead and not creating enough circumstances to make Poland the cryptocurrency capital of Europe, if you will. What do you think, if you can share your take on that? What Poland could be different in this approach? What are our values that we have in Poland that other countries in Western Europe don't have, and how can we take a lead from the countries like Estonia, other Baltic countries that are right now leading in that market in Europe?
It's a very good question, and let's say the example, because we are based in Estonia and we have got a license in Estonia. We are on a final approach with the Florida license as well in US. That's the different story. But, you know, Estonia is found as a most prestigious location for crypto. And if you have got an Estonian license, you can say that you are on the high level. And I was invited by the Estonian regulatory, and one of the important issues is that you need to have the connection with Estonia to obtain the license under MiCA regime as well. And the regulatory asked me, okay, tell me, you are originally from Poland, the roots are Polish. How can you prove that you are connected with Estonia? And I said, okay, we don't want to cheat. We just want to show how much VAT we pay in Estonia. And I show the figures, the tax that we are paying there, and they said, okay, that's the real connection. And you are Estonian company now, so that's the point. And, you know, with the regulator, we don't need to be friends, but it's even not good to be friends with the regulatory, but it's good to have let's say, bilateral discussion, and that's what is missing so far in Poland. But Polish people are very crypto-friendly. They are very open for crypto. And most of the best of our IT guys are based in Poland. And they are bringing a lot of development of the blockchain, of crypto, etc. So if you ask me about the Polish people and Polish potential, it's super nice, and the people are very open, very crypto-friendly. More than 60% of the people who we asked about the crypto, they already have crypto in their portfolio. So it's amazing comparing to the other countries. Only Italy is on the same level. So I can say that the most important for the Polish people is the crypto education. They are open, crypto-friendly, etc. I think if the government will be more open for crypto, it will bring the amazing companies to grow in Poland as well. So far, it is not possible because Poland and Belgium are the countries which didn't implement MiCA into the local regime. So that's still demanding issue, and it should be implemented very soon. But the legal framework should be crypto-friendly, and we wait for this kind of regulation in Poland as well.
How can we be more vocal on how to influence the decision makers? Is there a coalition, or you are just a bunch of lonely wolves here and there raising your voice, trying to raise awareness of what can be done? What is the problem? Is there any coalition, growing coalition of people who are pressing, like in America, in a sense, that this issue is important and should be taken into consideration immediately because of the development of the world?
Of course, people are very crypto open, and the coalition is now it's pending. So we are waiting for the one who will say, okay, we are open for crypto. The same story because Republicans, they were not open for crypto for ages. It happens like let's say a few months ago. So we can see the completely different feeling of crypto. Like we applied for the Florida license, and it was a very slow process. After the elections, we can see that it speed up. So the same story will happen in Europe, because I think Europeans will become more and more crypto-friendly, crypto-open. But the most important influence is education. So you are afraid of something when you are not familiar with something. So the most important is to show people how we can use crypto in the normal life. And it is not the issue of, money laundering or whatever. It's an issue of the new era and the new money. So you shall get more and more knowledge about it to be more happy to use it. So crypto adoption will grow when the people will know more and more about the crypto. So the education is the most important.
So I think we're going to get back to the idea of having Bitcoin in our digital wallets and being able to pay for coffee. What is your take on that? When is it vital to happen? But I wanted to go back a little bit to the cryptocurrencies as the cryptos as assets for investments. And Piotr, both to Piotr and Justyna, but Piotr, given your previous experience and the professional experience, would the crypto be a solution in medicine for the problem that we know very well, that we have such a beautiful and expanded brain power in Poland, and so many ideas are being developed, but eventually the companies, the startups have to seek financing somewhere else because they don't have tools in Poland. Sometimes it's hard for them to raise capital to develop their ideas. Could crypto be the answer to that? And if so, what would have to happen in Poland, perhaps in other countries in Europe, to validate it?
I would say, on my own behalf, it's hard to tell because for any technology to develop, you have to have an environment that is supportive for this technology, right? So Poland is probably not the most friendliest countries in terms of regulatory regime that would enable companies to come up with solutions. I know at least a couple of Polish companies that wanted to set up their businesses in Warsaw. They decided to go through London, mostly because there was no guarantee that they can operate under Polish law, and still there is no change in this regard, right? So those entrepreneurs that wanted to explore blockchain as a technology, they probably moved already, so it's very hard to get them back to Poland. Unless there is a supportive legislation, then you're probably not going to see that many investments or businesses growing in this technology going forward. But that can also change. So you can reverse it by saying, okay, we acknowledge the risks, we understand what this technology is about, we want to shield ourselves and mitigate the risks, but we also want to benefit from this technology to be developed in our country. And that's where the whole process starts. And once this is acknowledged, the companies are much more eager to come back and say, okay, let's see how it works. But now it is even more complicated, as my predecessor said, because there are jurisdictions where you can do it easily, right? So why would you go back? Why would you do it in Poland if you can do it easier in other countries? So essentially, we lost a couple of years. Poland can regain it, probably, but that would require stepped-up effort and some kind of more pronounced approach. That would be my take on this.
Thank you. Justyna, you worked with the companies and with the startups and with the individuals seeking help in that particular aspect. What is your experience and what did they say? And would that be a solution if they had a better access to safe crypto funding systems that would help fund these ideas and projects?
So to your point, Piotr, of course, like you mentioned that the companies were moving to the UK, so outside EU jurisdiction already. So we are also like quite constrained when it comes to implementing state-of-the-art legislations regarding the most important policies, because we are following what European Union offers, which means like we discussed this in Brussels together with other 26 countries. When it comes to supporting startups and companies in Poland, this is true that, of course, there is the policy environment. It's of utmost importance, but this was not like the first topic that that was raised as a challenge, as a problem for companies. At the end of the day, the environment is also about regular people, and when we have the same regulations in Poland or in other European countries, it all depends on the community. So what we have started when it comes to GovTech companies, so government technology companies, we started making the good environment for procurement, which means that within existing policies, within existing bills and directives, European Union directives, we came up with the solution of procurement that don't ask for 8 years of experience, a student who just graduated when it comes to the maturity of the company. But what is the most important when it comes to procure the solution from the startup or the company? It's about their team is, what they can deliver. So this is what we came up with and we proposed, and we have started with the programs that we called GovTech competitions to enable startups, smaller companies without tremendous years of experience, because this is actually very intuitive. That when it's innovation, probably it comes from people who have just came up with the idea, so they don't have track record of this. But it is very useful to use these technologies also by the government. So this is actually what we would recommend. It's like always look at the communities, what their challenges are, and try to look for the solutions within existing policy environment. Because sometimes there are possibilities. It is not like it is impossible. Always there is a way. Always we can do it.
Thank you very much. So I think we try to define what could be the role or right place for Poland on this global market, also in collaboration or in relations with our partners in America. What could be that role? And we know that we're very much open for innovations as a society, as Polish people. We have that in our veins. We missed the era of paying by checks, something that most people still don't understand. It seems very old school when you try to explain it to Polish people. And many technologies in that aspect are being developed in Poland. So it seems that we're well fitted in that aspect. But let me look at it and ask you of this other perspective. We know that the blockchain development and particularly crypto mining, much more related to blockchain and crypto, requires a lot of energy. The data processing is very complex, and it becomes a challenge how much it costs and the energy that is being consumed to develop and operate this market. Do you think that Poland could have become a major country, major market for the mining, for the data centers to back up this entire system?
So I think it's a question to Piotr mostly. In my opinion, not. It's not because most of the cryptocurrencies now they change from the proof of work to proof of state, which is more related to the more you have, the better interest rate you get, and you don't need to spend millions for energy. So of course, but still some of the cryptos are being mined using the traditional energy. But I think it's not an issue for Poland. The issue for Poland is that crypto will be more and more familiar. That's the most important. So, because people, they don't understand crypto and they say, how can I use it? That's the most important question. And there are a lot of use case scenarios. Everyone asks me, give me the example from my life. And as you can see, we have got a marketing strategy which is related to sport. And one of our partners is a former champion of Poland, Raków Częstochowa. It's a football club which is now in a conference league. So. And that's the real use of crypto, not mining, not spending your energy or etc. The CEO of Raków came to me and said, okay, Przemek, we have got a problem because we want to buy the player from Senegal. He is a really super guy. We want to have him in a team. But we have got a problem with the bank because bank says that Senegal is on the blacklist and we will not execute the SWIFT wire. So I said, okay, connect me with the guys from Senegal. And they are crypto friendly because Africa is really crypto friendly. And I say, pay us in Ethereum and we'll send the player just right to Częstochowa. And we did it. We helped them with paying with crypto. So you can buy Ferrari with crypto, but you can buy the super nice football player paying with the crypto. And that's the use case scenario. So you'll go to Starbucks after the conference and we can pay in crypto. That's the issue of the crypto and the use of the crypto in the traditional life. That's the most important issue. Mining, I think Poland is not Arctica, that you can save energy and you can heat the place using the energy and mine the crypto. For sure, it's not the role for Poland to be the hub for mining. That's my opinion. But for sure, people are open for crypto, and the scenario and the use case scenario I already explained is something that we can focus on.
Piotr, what's your take?
Every country can exceed in anything it wants, as long as it has resources and finds its own niche where they have comparative advantage over others. So if Poland wants to exceed in the blockchain space, the country, the businesses, the people, and the natural advantages that country has should be exploited and put into a productive use. So it all depends on the country's strategy. It all depends on the advantages that are already there, and then on how to employ, how to unify this effort to achieve the common objective. But I think each country has to find its own niche, and Poland has to think about what niche would be the best suited for the country with all the resources that it has. I think Poland has an amazing opportunity and an amazing advantage in terms of human capital. That is an untapped resource. We are excellent at having people who are knowledgeable about technology. They can build anything, they can scale it up, and they are very successful in this. Now, how to leverage it for either AI, blockchain, quantum, it's much broader and deeper question, because that involves the unified effort from the government, from the businesses, from the communities that want to achieve, they strive, and they want to be best in class.
Justyna?
I think now it's a good time, a new opening, and the Chancellery of the President, who has just announced that in coming weeks will announce the new technology committee in his palace, and there will be academia people, business people, government people invited to this committee, and then to your point, Piotr, there could be a national discussion about what our niche is and what should our minds, our energy and other resources, what should be invested in what.
Thank you very much. So my closing question will be that very practical question. As some people say, even some high-ranked officials, regardless of the country, let's not help pumping the bubble, calling still the cryptocurrencies and this market a bubble. Let's think of it in a different way. This is something that will stick with us, and I don't think it's going to disappear. It will rather go into everyday use. So my question is about your predictions. Where am I going to be able to use crypto in everyday purchases, buying coffee in a coffee shop?
Yeah, for sure, crypto will be the money of new era. So for sure, we'll be able to keep. You already can do it, to have crypto in your wallet and to pay with crypto. So that's something what will happen. And the stable coins will be used as a normal, traditional fiduciary currency. So the future is the sky is the limit. We'll see, but for sure, the more common people will use crypto, the better it will be. Of course, I always say that don't start investing in crypto without knowledge. So first, education, 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 and then you can touch it. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So the most important is that, in my opinion, we shall focus on providing the high-quality knowledge about crypto to the common people. And then we will see. That's the most important.
Thank you. Piotr, quick summary.
Yes, I think the use cases are much broader than just paying for coffee. And this technology can do much more than just basic transaction, which you can do almost at the same speed with the credit card. It's the underlying technology that really changes everything. And maybe it's going to be a way that you're going to be using blockchain not knowing it, or maybe you're going to be using a blockchain for a different use case, not paying for coffee, but for example, buying a house with one click, with all the legal burden taken off your shoulder because it's going to be written in the smart contract that is embedded in the technology. So these are the use cases that are there. And we don't know yet where this technology is going to lead us. But it is a breakthrough technology. It's an awesome technology that has a huge potential. And we should be constantly educating ourselves to see what the best use of it is going to be in the future.
Mm-hmm. Justyna, your final statement?
Okay. No pressure, right?
Not at all.
So when it comes to adoption of technology, any technology, we all remember that AI term was there for many years, but actually we didn't know what the AI is, like maybe machine learning. There were many terms for this. But when we finally realized what AI is, with one of the companies, right? OpenAI, with ChatGPT. Now, so to point of Przemek, you mentioned that, that education. I agree, but the technology can be, can be prevalent when you don't need to think about it. When it is, like with ChatGPT. We all speak our own languages and we can use AI on daily basis. And the same to have a prevalence of block of bitcoins and cryptocurrencies. It should be in this direction. And there is one example. For example, nowadays already there are ETFs, and BlackRock has announced recently his own ETFs. So the investments that you don't need to think about what wallets are, what the blockchain is. You just buy, you just put your 5% of your savings into ETF, Bitcoin ETF. So this is, let's say, the first sign of the bigger adoption, and let's see what the next steps will be.
And we have to leave it with that question. Round of applause, and thank you very much for my wonderful panelists. Thank you for bearing with me for this past over half an hour. It's been very interesting. So thank you very much, and thank you on that note. Yes, this will conclude the panel. We will continue. But on that note, I would like to thank once again our partners Zondacrypto for supporting us. And we are very proud against some of the comments that are out there as TV Republica to be the most innovative, but also that's the part of our DNA to work with those who are not afraid and to pursue new technologies. And I'm sure that Poland has a brilliant future ahead in regards of the crypto, blockchain, and all new technologies. So thank you very much one more time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest of honor, Mr. Darren Beattie, the Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy. Please come up the stage. Thank you very much, sir, for coming to our event and speaking to our audience. The crowd's here, and the crowd is in front of the cameras, in front of the TVs, so we're very, very proud and honored to having you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, thank you all so much for being here, and thank you for having me. This is a tremendous honor to be here at an exceptional time, really rife with opportunity. It's a great honor in my life. The second greatest was serving in the first Trump term, and the greatest is to serve in this term. I think we're doing it even better than the first time around, and really achieving a lot in a short amount of time. It's really the case when the president says we're living in a golden age. It is indeed in a golden age for the United States under President Trump's leadership. And I have every reason to think it's a golden age for Poland as well, especially with the election of your new president, who's just had a great meeting at the White House, President Nawrocki. And so I'd like to congratulate him and to express my happiness that he was able to visit and have such a productive time visiting at the White House. I think it's safe to say it's a golden age as well for the United States and Polish relationship under these circumstances. And while most conversations about the U.S.-Poland bilateral relationship have to do with the tremendous cooperation on the defense side, I'd also like to say a few things about the tremendous opportunities on the economic side. So I think it bears emphasis that Poland is indeed a great economic power, not only in Europe, but in the world. And just as a means of adding a number to this, of expressing this quantitatively, it's incredibly impressive to know that the GDP in Poland has now surpassed 1 trillion. The number doesn't lie. That is an incredible number, an incredible achievement, again, underscoring not simply Poland's significance as an economic power in Europe, but an economic power in the world. And again, I think with President Trump in the White House now, we will be able to build upon our great relationship in order to seize upon economic opportunities in a manner that is commensurate with Poland's tremendous economic success and tremendous economic growth. So I'm especially excited about opportunities in that regard. And indeed, I want to keep things positive, but if I could just say, I was a little bit scandalized to learn what happened under President Biden. My understanding was under Biden, Poland was given some kind of disfavored status in relation to AI chips, which is crazy. It's one of many examples of perhaps, I don't know what's motivating it, whether it was just a general lack of awareness, whether it was some kind of ideological vindictiveness or what, but I was truly scandalized to learn this, but even more pleased to learn that, again, under President Trump's leadership, that issue has been corrected, and I think that is, yep, thank you. I think that is just a sign of the productive relationship to come and the opportunities to come. And I could rattle on deal after deal and opportunity after opportunity, but we've got some really big ones underway already in the energy sector, in the nuclear sector, a deal that's going to provide a lot of jobs and opportunities both in Poland and the United States. And I think there's a lot more opportunity where that came from. So there's just a lot going on already and a lot to come. So I'm very, very pleased with all of that. Big deals, of course, in the defense sector with the F-35s. And on that note, I should say, I was earlier today in my office in the State Department, and I heard some incredible noise in the sky, and that was the tribute that the President paid to the fallen airmen, the major in Poland who unfortunately perished in the airplane. And so I'd like to express my grief for this great hero of Poland. But it was a very interesting thing to hear that noise and to know what that meant. And I think it was a very appropriate expression over there at the White House and a means of welcoming your president. And I guess nothing can better sort of recapitulate the relationship with U.S. and Poland, the cooperation, the defense cooperation with the F-35s, and it goes well beyond that as well. So I'd like to also congratulate and thank Poland for taking such a forward-leaning posture when it comes to NATO. It's another thing that came up in the meeting with the president is, one of his great achievements has been to get European leaders to pay their fair share in terms of NATO. That wasn't even necessary in terms of Poland. Poland has always been very forward-leaning, very proactive, very eager to be involved in the defense side of things, and in particular with cooperation with the United States. And so, again, I think that just underscores some of the great opportunities that we have together in our bilateral relationship. And thirdly, we've gone over a little bit the economic side. We've gone over the defense side. But I think the economic and defense alliance that we have is so rife with opportunity and so successful so far historically, precisely because it exists within a broader context of what I might call a civilizational alliance that gives force and vitality and meaning to our economic and defense cooperation. And this goes back a long ways historically. I think it's pretty much a requirement that any speech in this sort of context would have to acknowledge the great role that Poland played in American independence with Pulaski and many others. And then going into our mutual alliance against the scourge of communism and against the poison of Nazism. And that extends now, I think, to a new civilizational challenge. And of course, we have mutual adversaries, in some cases the political enemies of Poland, in many cases the political enemies of Poland are the political enemies of the United States. But we have a new ideological challenge that maybe isn't even from the outside. It's what sometimes the president calls the enemy from within. And this is an internal ideological problem within the West. And I'm very pleased to know and to acknowledge that Poland is very much at the forefront of this civilizational fight as well, in terms of reshoring our commitment to the values that made the entire West what it is today, the success that it has been, and so forth. And so I think one version of this that I'm very passionate about in my current role is advancing free speech, advocating for free speech diplomacy, advocating against the weaponization of government that has even occurred internally under the previous regime. One of the first things I did in State Department was to get rid of an organization internally that was engaged in a lot of censorship of American citizens and a lot of nefarious political activity abroad. And so, thank you. We don't need to get into the details of it. It was called Global Engagement Center, and they were involved in a lot of the bad things that you could possibly imagine. But in the broader sense, again, President Trump is going above and beyond his promises. He has been absolutely committed to rolling back the problems of weaponization of government, because in many ways, if we are compromising our own liberties and our own values domestically, it calls into question what is even the point of being a global power if that means simply compromising yourself in a way that traditionally other authoritarian societies have done when it comes to all of these liberties that we've traditionally thought to be central to our self-identity. If we are eroding free speech, if we are eroding various other values of religious liberty, rule of law, and all of these other things, and safety, by just flouting the basic concept of borders themselves, then what is the point of global power if that's what your own nation turns into? And so it really kind of forces us to consider what is the primary purpose, what is the fundamental, what is the point of being a global superpower if you're compromising your own values and you're turning into something that you traditionally had been criticizing. And so I think this return to these foundational questions is really a critical one, and it's a conversation that we are particularly well postured to have with our allies in Poland and working together along these lines. I have to say my first time around in the Trump administration, I worked in the speechwriting office, and however much I would love to take credit for it, and I can't, but I'm very well aware that the president's speech in 2017 in Warsaw is rightly considered to be one of his top 10 speeches, because I really think that it was his vision and understanding that identified Poland really as an anchor point in all of the important questions upon which really the future of our order and the future of our civilization rests. And so now we're back in the United States. Poland is back under great leadership under your new president. And so I just think this is a tremendous time for both of us. I think the sky is the limit. We have tremendous opportunities, and I'm extremely excited to seize upon those working together. And so thank you so much for having me. God bless the United States, God bless Poland, and God bless you all. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Undersecretary. It has been an honor to having you here, and we're so proud to having such a great partnership with the State Department, other departments. So one more round of applause. And also a warm welcome to our long-lasting friend, Gavin Wex, who's here with Mr. Undersecretary. Good to have you here as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, someone who I definitely don't have to introduce, Steve Bannon. Please come up the stage.
What a glorious day. A tremendous day between Poland, two allies, Poland and the United States. President Trump couldn't have been happier today. And it harkens back to that tremendous speech that President Trump gave in Warsaw. What was it, 5 or 6 July of, I think it was 6 July of 2017, written by Vince Haley, Stephen Miller, our own Darren Beattie, and of course President Trump. But it talked about the fight for Western civilization and how Poland had already been at the forefront of that. That's why you saw in the Oval Office today, with all the pressures on President Trump, all the issues geopolitically, from the huge military parade last night in our face, right, with the Chinese Communist Party, who literally did nothing in World War II to try to put the mantle of the victory of World War II and put it around their shoulders. Today, you had in there an incredible young man and a great leader with President Trump, a leader of a populist nationalist party in Poland that puts the Poles first and Poland first, just like President Trump puts America first and Americans first. That was a great coming together. And look what President Trump said. With all the pressure and all the media, is he going to back Poland? Is this going to be, you know, President Trump is very wary of Europe. He said, I stand with Poland. We stand with Warsaw. Not only are we going to keep troops there, but for any reason, we need to put additional troops. We'll put additional troops there. This is absolutely incredible, given all the pressures President Trump has for budget cuts, about Ukraine, all of it. And I think it shows you the deep relationship that the United States has with Poland. In the first term, Darren Beattie just mentioned it. The only country that we did not have to go and act as a supplicant to meet the minimum, the very minimum NATO requirements were Poland. They always exceeded it. And when they put money in defense, they're not putting money into climate change or health care and trying to cover it up like some of the other European nations. What they're doing is actually putting it in combat arms, interoperability, training to be ready to fight. Why is that? I think Poland has a history of understanding what it means to fight. And that's why I think it's so symbolic that your leader, your president here today, is both a boxer and a historian, a fighter and a thinker. That kind of encapsulates Poland's history of deep faith and thought and belief in the West and understanding the taproots of Western civilization. At the same time, there's no group of people tougher in the world than the Poles, right? When they stay, they are steadfast. That is why this meeting today, this bilat, is so much more important than what happened with when the chaperones came over 2 weeks ago. That was all happy talk. It was all happy talk. They're going to make commitments to troops. They're going to do this. They're going to do this. Security guarantees. They're going to have another conference call tomorrow. Security guarantees. They don't have the troops. They don't have the money. They don't have the arms. And more importantly, they don't have the political will. What have they allowed to happen? As Poland has stood fast and been criticized to keep your borders, your country, your culture, your civilization, and not let it be overwhelmed by this mass migration that has destroyed the United Kingdom, it's destroyed France. In France and the United Kingdom, you essentially have two failed states. Right now, in the bond market, 30-year bonds for France, England, and I think Germany can't be sold right now. Why? Worldwide investors don't even know if they're going to have a government in 30 years. They did this to themselves. So the threat to Poland is certainly, and will always be, well, you have the KGB in charge of Russia. You always have to look east. And on that, we will partner with you. Although we're a huge advocate that we have to get this thing sorted in Ukraine and get to some sort of rapprochement with Russia, that everybody puts their weapons down. But the biggest threat, the single biggest threat to Polish sovereignty does not come from the east. It comes from Davos, it comes from Brussels, it comes from the United Kingdom of the political class and the media class there, it comes from France. Right now, next week, Macron, I think, is going to try to put some emergency measures up because he's going to have another government voted out underneath him. These countries are in extremis. They are in a crisis, and they're in a crisis they brought upon themselves to allow this mass immigration from North Africa and the Middle East, and never really took care of their citizens. They didn't put their citizens first. They didn't put their sovereignty first. Poland did that and was criticized for it. And that's why, as Darren Beattie says, Poland is now rising not just to a geopolitical power, it's rising to a geoeconomic power. And the pressure that's going to come on you because they understand your example, and as an example, I'm not sure we have a better alliance or a better partner anywhere in the world than in Poland. With Poland. Our the British, they're heading towards a civil war. Starmer's approval is at 20%. The next guy's going to take over the Labour Party is Sadiq Khan, who has turned London into a third world city. That is why this is such an important moment for the United States of America, and such an important moment for Poland, and such an important moment for us to tell the world we are prepared to defend Western civilization. But in defending Western civilization, you have to make tough calls. You have to make hard calls, because the global elites hate Western civilization. They particularly hate the Judeo-Christian roots of Western civilization. And they're out to destroy it, and their actions have shown that. And they have reaped what they have sown. That is why it's so important. The populist nationalist movement in Poland is what it represents to people throughout the world. Hey, you've taken a tough stand and you've made it work. You're not afraid to defend yourself. You're not afraid to put money into defense. You don't happy talk people. When Poland comes in and says we're going to do something, they do it. It's not all this playing around that you see with England and you see with France. That's why Le Pen is leading in the polls in France. That's why Nigel Farage, his party, if you add Labour and the Tories together, it's higher. People want to change. And you know what they want to change to? They want to change to the model you have. So the biggest threat that you have is the globalists right now in Warsaw that want to be like France. They want to be like England. They want to be like Germany. They want all the international press to say how brilliant they are and how cooperative they are and how diverse they are and how woke they are. And that is a path that will lead you down the road to perdition. And you see it in these other countries of Europe. I could put Italy and Spain in there also. Every great country in Europe is basically against the wall right now, except for Poland and Hungary and a couple of others in Eastern Europe that have taken the leadership and looked at what Poland's done. Why is that? Your values, your traditions, your spirit, your fighting spirit. It's not lost on anybody that understands this. That bin Laden picked 11 September, right, of 2001, because it's the history of the great victory brought to us by Polish blood in 1683 to stop the rise of Islam in the Ottoman Empire in Vienna. That resonates down through the ages to the Islamic radicals. And Poland's taken another stand, and they've taken a stand today about their sovereignty. And the reward from the United States of America, and not simply President Trump, but the entire MAGA movement that admires you and has your back in the coming days, because trust me, Brussels, Davos, the EU, NATO, they're not going to relent. They don't want to see Poland in a special relationship with the United States of America. I want to thank you for inviting me. It's a glorious day for sovereigntists. It's a glorious day for populists. It's a glorious day for nationalists. And this came because of decades and decades and decades and centuries of work by the great Polish people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the one and only Steve Bannon. It's a great honor. So we've been told that we should bring more Polish people up on the stage. So we decided we're going to invite Jack Posobiec. Please come up the stage. Jack Posobiec himself up next.
Dziękuję bardzo. Jeszcze Polskie nie zgięła. Niech żyje Polska! Niech żyje Polska! So I'm learning, I'm working on my Polish a little bit. My vocabulary is not so good, but if my pronunciation is a little bit off, I hope that you guys can help me with that just a bit. But I will say that the reason that Poland has stood strong for 1,000 years, and the reason that Poland will stand strong for another 1,000 years is very simple. They want to make you think that it's so complicated and so sophisticated with these new processes and global systems and the integration of the EU and the integration, the opening of China. No, it's not complicated. It's actually very, very simple. Because Poland, no matter what happened to Poland, whether it be partition, whether it be invasion, whether it be communist tyranny, what did Poland never give up? They never gave up their language, they never gave up their culture, and they never gave up their immortal faith in God and Christ Jesus. And that is why Poland has stood strong for these 1,000 years. And that is why they want Poland to be destroyed. They want Poland to be partitioned yet again, because to those godless, atheist communists, whether they come out of Moscow or whether they come out of Berlin or whether they come out of Brussels, they cannot have a state like Poland that has remained true to its identity and true to its faith to be at the beating heart of Europe. And Poland is the beating heart of Europe, because this is the place where we see European values absolutely being lived out, not just spoken of, not just rhetoric, but actually lived out on a day-to-day basis. And that is why they have been put under threat, and that is why institutions like the incredible TV Republika have been put under attack as well. That's why they're attacking Republika. That's why they're attacking freedom of speech, because they don't want an organization that stands for the truth to be standing at the heart and speaking the voice of the Polish people. And that is why I say thank God that TV Republika exists, so that the Polish people have the ability to have their voice heard not only in media, but also around the world. Because I will tell you, if you saw what happened at the White House today, President Trump and President Nawrocki, the flyover, the glory to the heroes and the honor showed by the American president and the American people to the heroes and soldiers, the airmen of Poland who are defending Poland, that is a legacy that goes all the way back, not just to World War II, not just to Normandy, not just the liberation of Europe. It goes back even further to the very days of the American Revolution, when a Polish general, dare I say, a Polish husaria, named Kazimierz Pulaski, saved the life of George Washington at the Battle of Brandywine and gave his own life at the Battle of Savannah, where he is still buried today. It was a Polish hussar who came to America, and when they asked him, they say, "Why are you in America? You are a Polish fighter. Shouldn't you be fighting in Poland?" He said, "Because the fight for freedom is where I go." And so we had heroes like Pulaski and heroes like Tadeusz Kościuszko who were here in America from the very start. And did you know that in America, I believe the U.S. Congress has only ever given, because we live in a time where we're talking about immigration and we're talking about migration and citizenship and what do these things mean? Well, the U.S. Congress has only, the United States of America, has only ever given honorary citizenship to, I think, about 10 people throughout all of history. And 2 of those are Pulaski and Kościuszko. That is the history of the indelible blood that has been shed between our 2 countries, and obviously the blood that runs in my veins as a son of Poland from several generations ago. That fight for freedom remains as strong today as it has ever been. And so when we look to these fights that we face, I look to things, even when I was in Warsaw, and I've gone many times now, but even when I was there just a few weeks ago for the inauguration, the incredible blessed victory of Nawrocki there in Poland, he was able to do, when they all said, all the elites said it was impossible. They said it couldn't possibly be done 3 times in a row. Well, I'll tell you something. The conservatives won 3 times in a row, just like Donald Trump won 3 times in a row in America. But when I was in Warsaw, what else did I see? I saw a capital city that was so completely safe. I said, how many people are here in Warsaw? I did the math. There's 2 million people just about in Warsaw. And yet the city is safe, the city is clean, there's no crime. And I came back to the United States and I started posting videos of just walking around the streets of the city and saying, why is it that the Polish national capital can look like this? Now keep in mind, this is about a month ago, but the American national capital is covered in graffiti, crime, carjackings, shootings, muggings, murders, homeless, drugs. That's what this capital looked like until just a couple of weeks ago when President Donald J. Trump deployed the National Guard to Washington, D.C. And now, as we stand, Washington, D.C. is rapidly becoming the safest city in all of America. And I'd like to think that perhaps it's because we're following a little bit of the example of Poland. Because while Poland makes sure to take care of the cleanliness of its streets, of the aesthetics, the beauty of the streets, the safety of its citizens, that is something that we as a country, somewhere along the line, the United States of America forgot about this. And our leaders and our politicians became so more concerned with political correctness and so much more concerned with the rights of the criminal rather than the rights of society at large. This is an inversion of morality, obviously, and this, fortunately, is something that Poland has never been afflicted with, because Poland absolutely, as I said before, has always maintained its culture, its identity, and its faith. And so thank you, I say, to the people of Poland, to the people of TV Republika, for continuing to fight this fight, to stand for truth, to stand for morality, and to stand for our history in terms of who we are and what we believe in. And I say that as America and Poland have fought for freedom for all those years, we will continue this fight every single generation for as long as America and Poland remain on this planet. Thank you, and God bless America. God bless the people of Poland.
Jeszcze Polska nie zgięła. Za nasza I wasza wolność.
So before we're going to go back to our program, thank you, Jack, by the way, for your wonderful speech. As always, we can count on you. There is a little bit of a break, coffee break outside, so let's take a minute, refresh, and let's see each other here in 10-15 minutes from now to continue the program. Thank you.
Sponsorem konferencji jest Zondacrypto, licencjonowana giełda kryptowalut.
Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly.
Sponsorem konferencji jest Zondacrypto, licencjonowana giełda kryptowalut.
Looks like the problem is that no one can hear me in the back room over there. But we should, and we want to start. We want to resume our program, but we won't start without you in the room. So please proceed to the room and take your seats. What did I say? All right. I think our panelists are joining us in the room. Great. So we'll start with an interesting subject of media collaboration, something that TV Republika is an expert at, created a completely new dimension for the Polish-American media, conservative media collaboration, working with so many small, large, medium, online, traditional media here in America. And it is so substantial that all of our speakers can be considered friends, and this is something we're particularly proud of. Let me ask up on the stage one of my top 10 favorite journalists of TV Republika, Karol Nawrocki. Please come up and please welcome him with a round of applause. I don't know if he makes it to the top 10, but he's definitely top 20. Come up. No, he's really great. And he's got the personality, so it's going to be a fantastic panel. Now, please welcome up on the stage John Gizzi, Newsmax chief White House correspondent. We proudly say that the TV Republika is a Newsmax of Poland and perhaps maybe even a Newsmax of Europe, and perhaps maybe somehow will become or will transform into some sort of Newsmax Europe or something that is broader than just Poland. Stay tuned, by the way. Thank you. It's a pleasure and honor to having you. Matthew Foldy, he's been up on the stage already, but we can't have enough of him, so. My very good friend Stefan Thompson, Visegrad 24, one of the most successful platforms recently developed. Jan Jekiełek, Epoch Times. Great pleasure to having you here too. Carson Becker, the independent journalist, contributor of many very known outlets. Pleasure to having you with us as well. And Olivier Beau, Ordo Juris, our great friend, came all the way from Poland. The title of the panel is Polish-American Conservative Media Alliance, Common Chances and Common Challenges. So, gentlemen, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adrian. That was an amazing. I'm really happy that I'm cooperating with you. It's a great honor. I'm speechless. Guys, thank you very much that you are here. It's an amazing. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. My name is Karol Nawrocki. I'm creative producer, TV host at Telewizja Republika. I'm not sure that I'm favorite in your five, Adrian, but yes, I'm working. I'm a commentator and a communication strategist. I build strong communities and authentic public voices. I'm also a founder and leader of Odbudowani, It's one of the fastest growing Catholic creative communities in Poland and a member of the Polish Academy of Sciences section, The Church in the Face of AI. Today we meet to discuss the future of conservative media and the opportunities for a real transatlantic partnership across Europe and the United States. Conservative voices face the same pressure like political regulations, financial discriminations and attempts to limit freedom of speech. At the same time, we also see opportunities, of course, digital platforms, new generations of journalism, and the chance to work together across the board. So, Adrian, get my honor to introduce my distinguished guests. So, I back to my place. Yep. And we would like to start, guys, from that block one, freedom of speech under pressure. And my first question is to Oliver. Oliver, we used to talk about the UA regulations. You said about Digital Services Act, that this is a great problem for not only for Europe, but almost for United States. We see the problems, and I would like to ask you about the risk about that kind of documents.
Yes, well, thank you for having me. Yes, we can talk about an alliance of conservative media on both sides of the Atlantic, but the question is whether we're going to have conservative media in Europe and in Poland in a few years. I'm not talking only about the national problems, like you know very well at TV Republika, how hard life can be under a left liberal government, with you being banned from press conferences, with the threats of your license to broadcast on terrestrial television hanging over your heads all the time. But there are also some regulations at the European level which are meant to impose the regulations which were earlier adopted in France and Germany and very much criticized, to impose them on the whole EU 27. And there is actually this week, there are some hearings in the US Congress about this European Digital Services Act, because one clear target of this regulation is X. X, which has been targeted since it was taken over, bought by Elon Musk, and since the bird was set free. And social media in Europe, just as in the US, have been a tool of censorship for conservative media. But X has become a little different from others, and this is where organizations, even like ours, which is not a media outlet, although Juris can share its information, but also conservative media can share their information. And the problem with this Digital Services Act at the European level is that it introduces a potential for regulators and gatekeepers, so-called gatekeepers, which are chosen among mainly left organizations, to regulate freedom of speech in social media, also for traditional media.
Oliver, you said something about social media. I would like to ask John, because some people say that John knows everything, and he experienced,
especially about social media,
and he experienced everything. John, how serious was the government pressure on conservative media during the Biden years?
Not as serious as it was in Poland in December of 2023, when the Tusk administration came into power, and immediately, and I still remember the dates, December 20th through 23rd, when there was an immediate strike against Republika, against 16 public television stations and 17 radio stations at that time. And of course, you even today have a Minister of Digital Affairs, Mr. Grakowski, who has it in his sights to thwart the media that is digital at this point. All things being equal, well, all things being equal, they never are. But I can say that the Biden administration certainly made it uncomfortable for media at the time. And I can just relate a personal incident. As was said earlier, I'm White House correspondent. Even under Barack Obama, Josh Earnest, his final press secretary, called on me. I had a very good relationship most of the time with his first press secretary, Robert Gibbs, and a little bit more tense with the gentleman in the middle, Jay Carney. But overall, I can't say I was mistreated. This was not the case in the Biden administration. His first press secretary, Jen Psaki, knew exactly who I was. And remember, there were fewer people because of the COVID restrictions, and we had alternate seating in a particular seat. 14 people would be in the press room for a briefing. I think on my birthday, she knew what day it was and said, okay, I'll give you a question, John. That's what it was like. Corinne Jean-Pierre, who followed her, never called on me once at any time. I will say John Kirby, the National Security Advisor and someone who stayed above politics, called on me just about every time and called on everyone else who was there, and he would stay until a particular question or any questions on foreign policy was resolved. Overall, I wouldn't say this was an assault, as there was certainly in Poland in 2023, but let's say it was a lot harder for one to do his or her job as a White House correspondent.
John, thank you very much. Thank you. So I think that one of the opportunities that way that we have brand new platforms, that we have digital platforms, and everyone can stream and do the kind of journalists like we see here in Poland, that many people, the platform like X platform and Facebook, make posts and make videos, and there are a lot of podcast channels where the people talking about politics, of course. Matthew, I would like to ask you about the brand new way to sharing the information, not only in that countries like in Poland, like United States, but worldwide.
It's a great point, and thanks for having me here. I'll use about 50% of my Polish. Dziękuję Bartek. I learned the last time I was with TV Republika in Rzeszów that my great-grandparents actually are from Podkarpacki province, so I realized that I've been Polish, a little bit Polish, this whole time, and it's great to be here with all of you guys today. And it's a great question, and I think it ties into what you're seeing a lot in America in the second Trump term, the broad theory of which, at least one of them, is you can just do things. And whether it's making DC safe for you guys to all come here for the first time pretty much in my lifetime, you could almost leave your car unlocked and not worry about it being stolen, although I wouldn't recommend that.
I have a friend who was robbed yesterday.
So you have a very stupid friend, because it is very difficult to be robbed when the National Guard is out everywhere. I think what I did with my news outlet, The Washington Reporter, is I started it about 15 or so months ago, because you can just do things. And I think this is what you see in our election with Trump and with your election with Nawrocki, is the importance of media that will tell the actual truth. Because in America and in Poland, people were tired of being lied to. And in America, we had a media that told us that Joe Biden is a better athlete than Tom Brady, that he's smarter than Cicero, and that maybe he's a better warrior than Jan Sobieski, right? He's none of these things. And in Poland, I don't know how you were lied to, but I know they didn't want TV Republika to be on the air. And now, thanks to Trump embracing things like podcasts more than he ever did in his first term, thanks to him really embracing networks like Newsmax. And I agree, John Gizzi does know everything. When I need tech support, I go to this guy. And in the way that Nawrocki embraced TV Republika, these two men were able to reach the people who they needed to reach without the malicious filter of a liberal media establishment that hates the both of them. And what I think we can all take heart in is seeing that, you know, if I can start a news outlet, anyone can start a news outlet. It's difficult, but if you set your mind to it, you can do it. And now you have the opportunity in Poland with one of the most important people in the country being, you know, on speed dial of most of the people in this room. I've got Trump's phone number. I call him, I interview him. I don't do it all the time, but I'd much rather have him be in the White House than Kamala Harris, both as an American and as a reporter, because the Democrats work so symbiotically with 99% of the media outlets. And, you know, we are the 1% over here that don't operate like that. And that's, I think, something that everyone here should take heart in. We all have an asset on our side, and that is the truth, and we're right about things. And, you know, in America and probably in Poland, the liberals try to fool everyone all of the time, and you can never do that. But it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that they can see the actual reality.
Thank you, Matthew. My next question is about this, when the problem starts, because when you are semi-dynamics projects, someday the police can come to your house, grab your computers and close your podcast, and that's all. But if you are high dynamic projects like Visegrad 24, it's something difficult for governments, for people who would like to grab this freedom, grab this free speech. Stefan, what's your point of view?
I'll give you a contrarian point of view. I think that one of the main issues of new media, Visegrad 24 does about 500 million impressions a month. But fundamentally, one of the greatest concerns that I have about new media, aside from a whole number of issues around ethics, etc., 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 is that every single person who has built a large following on the internet is fundamentally at the mercy of the gods of the algorithm. The greatest amount of power right now in information lies not so much with new media journalists or new media companies. It lies with the technocrats who run the giant tech corporations, the people at Meta, the people at X, the people at TikTok. Interestingly enough, the radicalization that we're seeing on both sides of the political aisle, for example, around the Israel-Hamas war, is being fueled, for instance, very, very strongly by the Chinese, who have no dog in the fight, but they have realized that they can drive a wedge within Western societies by promoting on TikTok outrage content on both sides of the political aisle. So to answer your question, as much as many people in new media are rightfully concerned about government overreach, and there have been people who have been arrested. I am a good friend of Tommy Robinson's, who spent 7 months in solitary confinement for contempt of court and was probably one of the UK's first political prisoners since the era of sectarianism. So these are genuine concerns. We have seen genuine concerns with freedom of speech in Germany. We've seen similar concerns in France. We've seen them across the old continent. But I am far more concerned, to answer your question in a contrarian way, I'm actually far more concerned with those who control the algorithms than I am with government overreach. And this is one of the great advantages, I suppose, of organizations. In some ways, TV Republika is a new media company that is becoming a legacy media company because it has all of the infrastructure in place of the old players in the game. And it is a very impressive organization. It is across platforms. It is physical with the clubs of Gazeta Polska. It's in print. It's on air. It's a very, very impressive operation. And I suppose the only thing I want to say is that I hope that Visegrad 24 will one day reach the heights that TV Republika and the influence that it has reached in Poland, which has been absolutely, complete sort of jokes aside, has been incredibly, incredibly impressive.
That's impressive. Thank you very much. It's at a great time because we have an important two online media, which is the biggest on the YouTube. So this is the Republika and the Kanal Zero. Yes, and during the election in Poland, that was too streaming the higher on the internet, on the YouTube. So a lot of people trying to check what's going on in Poland. The two biggest channels to Polish media are streaming right now at the same time.
I think Karol Nawrocki would most likely not have won the political election had it not been for Republika, and had it not been for the podcast interview he did in Kanał Zero, which was surprisingly, it was the polls replicating Donald Trump's methodology of essentially filtering or taking away the media's filter and sitting down for 2, 3, 4 hours with a podcaster and just talking. And Kanał Zero has done that incredibly well, and credit where credit is due. Stanowski has really delivered an incredible product.
Jan, because Stefan said about the Chinese and about the TikTok, I would like to ask you right now, how do global powers like China influence debates for free speech?
Wow, where do I start here? Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie tutaj, but I'll stick to my English. Something that Stefan said is incredibly important, right? And that is that the Chinese Communist Party's approach, right, is to kind of break the bonds of society. Okay, to break the bonds of society. So it's exactly right. You fuel the outrage content on both sides. And TikTok is I've done, lectures at Institute of World Politics on this issue. It's probably one of the most potent weapons the Chinese Communist Party has, and that's like including nuclear weapons. I say this because we live in this world of basically information warfare, right? Actually, we're at Epoch Times, we're trying to do something a little bit unusual in this world, right? You guys all remember what Russiagate was. There was this allegation that the President Trump was a Russian agent, a Russian asset. And this was, broadcast across all of these mainstream media. It was a crazy idea. You just scratched on the surface. This is what we did. And we're like, there's nothing here, right? But everybody was saying it so loudly, right? I kind of view that as a type of information war, right? And then, of course, there were conservative media that would have, well, at the beginning, very, very few, right? And then we started being called conservative media because we had a different, it was actually pejorative, right? Like they thought conservative media, that's something bad. That's not something you should respect, right? But it turned out that like truth-seeking media was being portrayed as conservative media. The reason I'm mentioning this is that we live in this, kind of vast world of various types of competing messages being pushed out into the system. In China, Communist China, they control the entire system, right? They control all the media, they control the influencers, they control the range of it. And they have a great firewall that prevents you, which we are pretty adept at breaking through, but it's always, it's a costly project. You have to put a lot of resources into getting free information into Communist China. But go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, but in here, we're kind of, in a way, we're a little bit like sitting ducks, right? Unless we're aware that this is actually happening. Right? So I think there was one of the other panelists mentioned like the key issue of education, right? I think that as soon as the public knows that something is real, that something is happening, right? That there's false information flooding the zone, they know that they can go somewhere else to look for the right information. And I think that's what we're trying to accomplish here.
And here we are in the part, and I asked to Carson about fact-checking, because you say that the Chinese control everything, and we are fluctuating by the information more and more, still and still, but the people would like to fact-check. And is it possible that we can use a technology like AI technology or Jan and Carson, please?
So, fact-checking is kind of a funny term. It's a politicized term, right? Because basically most of the people that have called themselves fact-checkers over the last, let's say, almost decade are not fact-checkers. They're sort of political enforcement operatives or narrative enforcement operatives.
Ministry of Truth.
Some sort of Ministry of Truth. Actually, this is the scariest part, right? I talk about this a lot, but it's essentially the West that grew communist China into being what it is. What we imagined is we're going to put all our money in there, we're going to put all our goodwill in there, and so forth. But the Chinese Communist Party knew very well what it was doing. We thought we were going to change them, right? But they actually, I think, ended up changing us. Right, and so some of this exact kind of fact-checking tool is exactly a sort of Ministry of Truth that has existed. The Xinhua so-called news agency, propaganda agency that's been over there. So here's the most difficult thing. Okay, you can push out messages out into the world, right? And as long as it's actually possible to find the alternative viewpoints from the big narrative that's being pushed at a time, I think that is a much smaller problem than the ability, and this is what we saw, especially most recently during the COVID times, the ability to dial down the messages that you don't want to hear, so people don't even know what it is that there are these other alternate viewpoints, because I think the truth rises to the top. So our role, and I think you're playing a very important role in the Polish and European ecosystem with Republika as other media, providing alternative viewpoints that really resonate with significant portions of the population, and you're successful in getting that out, and I think that's critical.
Jan, bardzo Ci dziękuję. Jan, thank you very much for your point of view. The last question is for Carson Becker from Spectator. It's going to finish to close that block one. And the question is about the rules, because we're starting with the rules and we finish this round with the rules. Is it possible that we can change the rules, or we have to change our thinking about the rules?
Well, it's an interesting question. I would say, obviously, the people in power have an incentive to maintain rules that are to their favor. So, for example, in Poland, what you had in December of 2023, which was previously mentioned, the Tusk government came in with a rather exotic coalition government. By no means had they secured a national mandate. And yet they were emboldened enough to attempt to shut down the, I would say, only bastion of conservative television at the time, which was TVP, which had been legally modified under the previous government, which did have a mandate. So what they tried to do was to modify the rules and leverage their partnerships with Brussels to sort of take over while the world media stood idly by. And it's a classic example of overreach in my view. So yeah, you have to be aware of this kind of rule changing as an attempt to entrench political authority that may be, in some cases, be somewhat illegitimate.
Thank you very much, guys, for this block. Now we start to talking about the money and independence. I remember I used to work for TVP, this is national TV in Poland, for whole years, and I remember when I was young, I didn't go there for working, and I asked one of the producer how is it going to work here with the projects, with the series, with the documentaries, and he said that if you have no money, you cannot do the media, you cannot do the professional TV. Of course, nowadays we can see that you can, because you are sitting in front of your computer and content is a king, of course. But in that scale, what we said about the Republika and be a platform to cooperate with together people not only in Europe, but when we think about transatlantic cooperation like this, you have money. So in this place, we would like to say thank you for our people, viewers, who support us. Freedom of speech is also about financial independence. I wrote that sentence to myself. Conservative media may reach millions, but many agencies ignore them. For example, TV Republika has 10 million viewers, but also 10 million consumers who make daily decisions. Yeah. Without fair access to the market, media independence is at risk. And this is my question for John. Has U.S. conservative media found sustainable business models outside mainstream?
Absolutely. The very fact that we have online news and we have cyberspace guarantees there will be an alternative opinion to those that are in the mainstream media. I said more than 10 years ago that the rise of online media, cyberspace, etc., would equalize the media bias that's out there. In addition, we've had several new television networks rise up, Newsmax, of course, being a premier example that offer an alternative view. And then there is that sometimes forgotten but nonetheless potent outlet for news, radio. Talk radio is a potent force. Call-in shows still exist to this day, and that, of course, is where Rush Limbaugh came up and a generation of Rush wannabes came up as well. No one has really equalized the master or come close to him, but they've sure made it a little more difficult for the mainstream media to have the last word. So I simply say that the alternative media, to use the common term, is here to stay at this point. I might add it's a pleasure to be with Jan here because even in print media, Epoch Times exists. And Epoch Times has captivated sometimes people with the online appearances and broadcasts of its reporters and people who are there. Yes, this is a good place to be to present an alternative view, as is Poland, and I could name several other countries as well.
If you have no supporters, only one question, what you would like to say is can platform like YouTube or X can really support independent creator financially, guys? Matthew, Stefan.
You're the expert.
That's very sweet of you, Matthew. So this is a great conversation. I think the first point is I don't think you can run a media company without funding. I don't think it's possible. You can run a single person channel. I have many friends who do it, who are very influential as single individuals. But the limit of those individuals is that fundamentally they are single person influencers who are incapable of scaling. Now, there is a difference between being an independent journalist and being an actual new media company. An organization as silly as Visegrad 24, which I have the honor of having founded, has $1 million annual budget. $1 million is not a negligible sum. It's by no means a large sum of money in media. I'm assuming that Epoch Times has a budget that is orders of magnitudes higher than that. And Telewizja Republika is orders of magnitude greater than that. So by that, what I mean is you run into this issue where you have the limitation of independent media is fundamentally financial. And it is every single content creator, every single influencer who tries to scale up will run into this problem of how do you run a media company that is no longer just me as an influencer, but is an actual business? How do you scale it? And then the problem that every single media company runs into inevitably is where do you find the talent to hire to be able to replicate that individual success? And I've seen this at multiple occasions of friends of mine who've built very successful YouTube channels who've then decided, oh, I'm a YouTuber, I make a bit of money, I do a number of views, and if you're doing sort of 10 million plus views on YouTube, you can actually make a very decent living off of that. That's thereabouts the number where it sort of starts to be genuinely monetized and of genuine value. And then they go, oh, well, to become a media company, I need to hire people. And it usually, and I'm sure that Matthew will confirm this, I'm sure that actually everyone on this panel will probably confirm this, you run into the problem that actually you realize that you as an individual are not scalable and that you need a chief operating officer. And that most people aren't COOs for a reason. And it's actually quite hard to be a COO or any C-suite level job. but I lost the gist. What was the point I was trying to prove? I was trying to prove
about what you can reach with a Twitter account specifically, or a YouTube account or something.
Sure.
Like that.
So what you can build is you can build a very successful aggregation platform where you are sourcing other people's news that is very influential. You can become very influential as a single individual. It is very, very hard, and this will be the limitation, and a limitation that we'll keep running into. And in fact, a limitation that even very successful companies such as the Daily Wire have run into, where you end up overexpanding. You have a market that you're very successful in. You have numerous personalities from Matt Walsh to Ben Shapiro through a variety of other faces. And then you suddenly realize they made the mistake of expanding into, for example, scripted content. They started creating TV series. They outlaid about $100 million on a series that was filmed in Budapest that still hasn't been released. Suddenly you run into financial trouble. So you realize that even at a massive level of success, new media will inevitably run into the issue of the nitty-gritty of actually building a successful business.
Yeah. If I may just slightly build on something that Stefan said very quickly, the other huge challenge is that the way today media work with the advent of social media is largely people pay, and there's studies that show this, for having their preconceived notions validated. That's what people pay for, okay? So if you're, for example, Epoch Times, and your goal is to try to explain things to people that don't already believe, that don't understand, it creates a very serious challenge. I don't even know if anyone has actually figured this out yet. This is our project right now. How do we do this, right? So because the other option is we all splinter into these, we actually achieve what the Chinese are trying to accomplish, right? By splintering society, by ourselves creating these kind of tribes of media and followers and so forth. So to me, this is one of the big questions, and hopefully we can solve it.
It was meant to be an exciting. It was meant to be an exciting panel, and it's turned out into just the nitty-gritty financial details of running media companies. Sorry for that.
Yes, it is. John?
Put another way, it's a lot easier to tell people what they want to hear rather than what they need to hear. And one of the reasons I still read print media, and I start my day with print newspapers, including the Financial Times and the New York Times, which I don't agree with, but I like to know other viewpoints, is that with the advent of so many people getting their news online, they don't read alternate views. And this is true on both sides of the political spectrum. If you put together your own newspaper online, you would not read, say, Gideon Rackman in the FT, or Gillian Tett, or so many of the others who are out there. Ed Luce, who just had a new book come out. You read the columnists you tend to read. Now, sometimes that includes me, and that's fine, but it also should include other viewpoints, if for no other reason than to find out what the other side is thinking.
One advantage in that realm, though, that I think all of us have here, and that probably everyone in the audience also has, is that I found this to be the case when I was in college, that people who are conservative are so much better able to articulate the viewpoints of the left, because whether we want to or not, we're inundated with it everywhere that we go in our society. And I think as we do our day jobs in the media, we have a much better understanding of where the left will come at any of these random things that we cover, which even if we're not sympathetic to that views in our coverage, we're just able to deliver a more honest final product than when the New York Times will cover, the oil industry or something like that, which, or guns. I mean, these are people who probably have never seen a gun outside of Star Wars. And that, I think, is to our advantage in any of the platforms that we work at. And one thing that I also think is important to remember is exactly what I was said with the TV Republic conference in Rzeszów, which is that what Andrew Breitbart said not that long ago, and what Elon Musk said more recently, which is that you all and we all are the media now. Everyone here, even John Gizzi, has a smartphone. And that's all you need to be a journalist. And, you know, with that power, of course, as they say in Spider-Man, comes great responsibility. And again, you all are just as reliable, if not more reliable, than the White House press corps, except for John, that we had when Joe Biden was president, and they lied to the entire world with, thank God we didn't have a world war at that time, but they lied with dire consequences and there was no accountability. I think it's about time we take some of the reins from those people.
Well, we're talking about the money and independence, so I would like to ask Carson, how does the Spectator mix subscription, ads, events to stay independent?
Well, I can't speak on behalf of the Spectator, as I'm merely a contributor and not a member of the staff. But look, print media is in trouble, right? Circulations are going down. This has been a common trend for the last few decades. I think
one exception.
Which
Please
is?
continue. Us, Epoch Times.
Well, I think the key for print media going forward is you have this ability to produce curated, you could think of it almost as luxury content, right? You can send people to cover interesting stories in interesting places that may have a more patient or loyal audience. You know, there's many wonderful magazines, the Washington Examiner, for example, which mainly covers DC politics. The Spectator, of course, more of a Tory outlet, oldest magazine in the world. I think there's a future for these publications. But I think the broad influence of outlets like the New York Times going forward is going to retract. I just don't see them maintaining this influence, this legacy of influence, for too much longer for the reasons we've been discussing. I mean, there's too many high-quality, independent outlets and ways to deliver information that will interfere with that. So that's my view on the matter.
Mm-hmm. If I may add something, we shouldn't certainly underestimate the influence of legacy media on voters. They have a massive influence, and this is why you have seen things like in France, you have one out of a few billionaires. There's a kind of oligarchy in the media, and you have one billionaire who has media with conservative voices. That's Vincent Bolloré. So you have two TV channels, CNews, which is an all-news channel, and C8, which was until February, a general channel, and they were very popular. And you could hear ministers saying that these channels should be taken out of the media, of the terrestrial media. So they need to have a presence in terrestrial television to be profitable. So they took away C8. And this is also why in Poland you have the chairman of the Media Council being put in front of the state tribunal because the government wants to take control of the Media Council to take you out of television, of the terrestrial television, because they know you have a great influence. Not everybody looks at the news on X or on social media. You have many older people or people who are not too much interested in the news, but get their information from television mostly, and this has a massive influence on elections. That's also why you had the interior minister last year in Germany which banned Compact, a magazine which had views close to the AfD. So this is happening in Europe now, and this should be a cause for great concern.
Gentlemen, we have 4 minutes left, so it's time to closing round. Of course, I'm going to ask you about the perspective and one final sentence from each of you. What is the biggest opportunity and what is the biggest challenge at this moment? What we have to do, how we have to start to cooperate, what we have to start to thinking together. In the same way, or John?
The biggest opportunity is the coming issues that we're going to have to deal with on the foreign front, and I refer primarily to sovereignty and the presence of other countries seeking to undo freedom. The greatest obstacle, as it has been in the past, is apathy.
John? Jan?
Well, the biggest opportunity to me, in a sense, is the fact that a lot of these legacy media are kind of enslaved to ideology, meaning that if they kind of feel like they have to push certain particular types of narratives, and very often those narratives really have not that much to do with reality. So if you are, you know, Mr. Foldy here, or Mr. Gizzy, or Mr. Thompson, on my right, you can just kind of talk about the truth, talk about reality. And I mean, there is this passion. We like to hide as human beings sometimes from reality, but I think that the Polish word is zef, right? The heart, the desire to find the truth is very powerful. So I think that the opportunity is, even in this particular ecosystem, I think that's where the opportunity lies. And it's, in a sense, it's also the biggest challenge, because those same media hold a heck of a lot of legacy power. A lot of people still believe, for example, that the New York Times is all the news that's fit to print. It's a very good tagline, right? But if the narrative doesn't suit it, it's definitely not.
Matthew, can you have your conclusions, please?
Truth wins out. It might not be easy. I'll give you two opportunities, because we talked a lot about the challenges. And I think practically, one, both Poland and America voted to save ourselves from perdition, and we should be lucky about that, and make the most of that from a media standpoint. You know, the people who we know are running the countries right now, and that gives us an opportunity to let people who read our outlets and watch our videos and all of that know what's actually going on, because you're not going to find out what's happening in, you know, the Trump administration from the Washington Post. And, you know, more bigger picture wise, you know, the other side thinks that men can give birth, that crime is good, that endless illegal immigration is sustainable for countries, whether America or Poland. And they're wrong about these things. And because we have this thing called the internet for right now, right? We can all see and consume each other's content. I love seeing what the people on this stage do on a daily basis. I'm blessed to be in an office with John Gizzy most days a week, learning more from him than I did in 4 years of college. So the more that we're able to, as we talked about at the summit in Rzeszów, help each other out. You know, we're all on the same team here. That's a side of Western civilization. The better off I think all of us will be. It's not a zero-sum game in the media. You know.
And I just want to mention, John Gizzy is, you know, someone who made the transition from legacy media into new media. John has been, you know, here for 40 years and knows, you know, this is the man that's been teaching a lot of us.
And what's crazy is he's only 45.
I saw the face of John, and I think that he has that thing he would like to spread it out right now. So you said that you've got a more sentence about this question and opportunities.
Boy, after all of the words that Jan and Matthew have said about the only thing a gentleman can do is die.
No. They'd make you president.
No, but what I would say is that there is consistently a fight for freedom. You certainly saw it in Poland in December of 2023. You see it now in other parts of the world. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the media and tyranny will spell the end of tyranny, because as long as there is a free expression of views, there will be a free people that emerges triumphant over anyone who seeks tyranny. No man, and indeed the checks and balances of human nature will permit no man to place his fellow men and women under the yoke of repression. And so it is that no person can place anyone else, thanks to a free media, under the triple yoke of ambition, greed, and tyranny in the long run. In the words of Shelley, "Here lies your tyrant. He sought to rule the world immortal.
John, really thank you. And last but not least, Stefan Thompson. Stefan, can we have your...
I think the greatest opportunity of all, at least for media, is that the vast majority of people are incredibly lazy, which means that to succeed in the media landscape, all you need to do is be consistent and go out and work. That is the greatest opportunity. The greatest threat is that fundamentally people are mostly lazy. It's also the greatest opportunity and the greatest threat, which means that lazy people will fall for collectivist ideologies, in particular socialism and communism, and those are the two greatest things that are a threat to the Western world right now.
Gentlemen,
Karol, you've done a great job. What do you think about that? That's a great question, Anton. You've got a perspective. I know it.
I love what we do. It's a community. I see that it's especially because I remember when I started working for a public media, there is no problem with money, because the government spread the money and you can do everything what you want. The series, documentaries, traveling all the world, talking, build the studios, doesn't matter. When you work for your own bill, you have to be on the other side, the professional, and another side, you have to be close to your community, to your viewers. You cannot build the borders between you and the people. It's not nowadays. It's not a place for. It isn't a place for stars like the huge media. You have to be next to the people. You have to be with them. And the Karol Nawrocki show that it's not only a way for media people. It's a way for politicians. That if you are next to the people and with the people, you can win. So we can win as a media, as a journalist, when we will be close to the people. Yep. Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a great pleasure to spend.
I didn't see anyone fall asleep.
And I know it's nightfall in Poland with the change of time, so I'll simply say dobranoc.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karol. Thank you to all wonderful panelists. So now we know that next time we have to organize a conference, separate conference for Karol, just for himself, because he's non-stop. And it's not, John, if I may say, it's not dobranoc just yet. We have a special guest on our live broadcast at TV Republika and obviously here in Washington, D.C. A photo op. The panelists and the moderator got very close. Okay, thank you very much. So now it's about the time to say good night, but we still have quite a good viewership on TV Republika. Polish people don't want to go to sleep after such an emotional day and great success at the White House with President Nawrocki and President Trump. So I think there's no better way. I don't want to say that we want to put Polish people to sleep by inviting this guy. On the contrary, to keep them awake for a little longer. Our great friend, the chairman of CPAC organization, Matthew Schlapp. Please come up the stage.
What's wrong? Are the Polish people tired? Are you tired of winning? What a day. Was today history or what? Your president of Poland, Mr. Nawrocki, President Nawrocki, in the Oval Office with this great president, Donald Trump, is amazing. And I just want to say to all the people who are watching all over the world, in Poland, there is a bit of a love affair going on between the conservative movement in America and the people of America and the people of Poland. It was clear when we came back from the inauguration in Warsaw that even my own daughter, my third daughter, came with us over to Poland, and she was like, Dad, I had no idea Poland was such a beautiful country. I had no idea the people were so wonderful. She goes, when do we get to go back? And everywhere I go around America, I'll always have people from Poland who are living in America come up to me and say, when is the next CPAC Poland? Because I am going. So that's up to you, Michael. I don't know when, or Tomasz, I don't know when the next one is, but it's going to be soon because we've made such a big impact. So I am often accused of downplaying our impact in politics, because sometimes I'm like the car mechanic with the hood open and I'm looking at all the problems in the engine and I forget that it's a Ferrari, baby. There's not a Polish equivalent to Ferrari, I know. But it's a Ferrari. We have an amazing, amazing vehicle by which we are changing the politics of the entire world. What TV Republika has done to change the politics of Poland is historic. And for all of our friends here today who are with TV Republika, Tomasz, Michael, Yorick, and others, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I can't believe as an American, I'm rooting so much for your success in the media landscape, because as we all know, the media, in the end, has the biggest impact on what happens in politics. So it's incredibly important that you all keep succeeding, so keep succeeding. And in conjunction with our great friends, Agnieszka and Witold Balaban, who are great supporters of CPAC and great Americans who also love their home country of Poland, you all came to us and said, we got to do a CPAC in Poland. And I was kind of like, I was the mechanic again. The hood was open. I was looking at the engine. I was thinking it's going to be expensive. I was thinking Poland's far away. What's the impact going to be? And we realized what the impact was. It was huge. I want to re-thank Kristi Noem, our Secretary of Homeland Security, who made the long trip over to Jeju and gave a great speech, and I think really helped propel, and I think CPAC generally, in conjunction with TV Republika, helped propel your new president into office. And this is the beauty of what's happening with this CPAC movement around the world. We're going to be going to Spain, to the smaller country of Paraguay, and to the faraway country of Australia in the next few weeks. And it's always the same. If we can find a few business people that haven't given up hope on freedom, and if we can find one or two allies in the media, including social media, and then if we can bring our global CPAC brand to the fight as well, and if we can find courageous people who will run for office, we can change the entire world. You know, George Soros and his ilk were able to take over so many capitals in Europe with really, we think of it as vast amounts of money. It wasn't vast amounts of money. It was smaller amounts of money that were really well thought out and very targeted. And why can't we do that? They are not smarter than us. They are not richer than us. They just are more evil and devious than us. We are amiable. We are looking at the good nature of the other human beings around us. And it's time for us to get very, very, very quickly a dose of reality. They intend to destroy civilization as we know it. And our attempt is not just to preserve the civilization that we have, but to make it better, to make it a better environment to raise our kids, to make it a better environment in which to start a company, to rekindle the virtues that we were taught to grab onto when we were kids. This idea of working hard, this idea of treating others with respect, this idea of patriotism. If I hear one more European tell me that there's something wrong with nationalism or patriotism, I think I might lose my lunch. I'm tired of hearing it. They want to diminish our love for our country so that we will grow in our esteem for the UN. And it's not going to happen. And I want everybody across the great and beautiful country of Poland to understand you're an example to Americans. When I was in Poland, I was able to go over to Czechnihova and see the shrine to the Black Madonna. And why did I do it? I did it because this young American kid, when I was reading books about Pope John Paul II and Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher and the great heroes of our time, of my younger life, I read about the Pope's belief that there was a higher calling that we all had to follow, and that God was not a neutral partner in these fights, but that he wants to help us if we ask for his help. And of course, the Pope asked him, and the people of Poland asked God's help and his mother's help in order to restore freedom in Poland. And America has to follow Poland's lead. America has to discard this notion that democracy is secular, that a truly inspired civilization is one that might understand its religious past, but understands that it should stay in the past. And the idea that America was established by Christians is a trite concept that might be in the history books, but it doesn't have any relevance to us today. And that, my friends, is a very dangerous idea, because when we view God as being neutral in the great fights for freedom, and when all of us say in America that our public schools should be devoid of any understanding of our religious founding or the aspect of religion in our society, we cede the ground to these godless, evil, terrible, woke communists who, if you've all been paying attention, literally took over every school in our country, including the Christian schools, including the private schools. So for those of you who worry a little bit that we get too focused on religion in these conversations, if we cede the ground, we're turning our kids over to them. And that's the other thing we have to think about. How about this really old-fashioned notion? What about we raise our own kids? Why do we have these kids and turn them over to these terrible woke progressives to raise them? Why? Because we were told, well, they had PhDs and they were educated. And you're not, Mom or Dad. You don't understand it. So in America, we have a lot to learn from what the people of Poland have gone through over the last couple decades. And I believe that America is refinding her purpose and her soul and her role on the world. And I want to say a couple things about our President, Donald Trump. First of all, everybody associated with CPAC in Poland should be very proud that CPAC stood by Donald Trump when he came down the elevator. We defended him immediately after he gave that very first speech. It was a wild ride, a wild re-election in 2020, a wild re-emergence of Donald Trump in his eventual political reincarnation or resurrection in 2024. During that whole period of time, we were unique in the sense that we never abandoned him. This is another virtue that we were all taught as young people, right? This idea of loyalty. What happened to that? What happened to loyalty? What happened to standing by those who stood by you? Well, the CPAC community stood by Donald Trump. And because of that, something strange has happened. We have the greatest chance to literally rid ourselves of these people, this virus that is despoiling democracies all over the world, because Donald Trump is senior enough, he's rich enough, he survived all the attacks, he doesn't care about their criticism, and he's willing to make the fight on every front. There was once upon a time when Republican presidents would pick three things. Three things. Remember what Ronald Reagan did: restore our military, get the economy humming, and make America believe in America again. Do three things, do them well, brag about them, and win re-election. Donald Trump's doing 3,000 things, right? Including giving this great hope to the Polish people that the 10,000 American troops are staying, and the 10,000 are going to grow. And that's a great message to the people of Poland. It's also a great message to the government in Russia and to its leader. And it's a great message to all those who want to perpetrate harm around the globe. He's doing 3,000 things at once. I do not know how he does it, but I'm incredibly proud, personally proud, and proud of our movement, which stood by him and saw his vision and believed that he could make a difference. Now, it can't come down to one person, although in politics, having the right leader, which you're going to find out in your own country, makes a massive difference. But I think now our job is to believe in this idea. We have to believe in this idea that we could transform the world, right? So Stefan and I were talking earlier about what's the status of this country, what's the status of that country. It's very easy when you go country by country to get very depressed about the state of freedom around the world, right? But then we turn to what just happened in Poland, right? An improbable race. All the smart people said Nawrocki couldn't win. They were the same smart people who said Trump couldn't possibly come out of retirement in Mar-a-Lago and win. He was yesterday's news. He was a spent bullet. We have to find someone new. I had major donors calling me saying that they'll not support CPAC anymore if we don't go with, Ron DeSantis or one of the alternatives. And the fact is that if we can just simply stop listening to these people, they don't have the best intent for our success. They're actually not that smart, even though everyone seems to put them on these media shows and pretend like they're smart. They're wrong all the time. Let's believe in our movement. Let's believe in what we can do. And how do I know that? I know that because people look at CPAC and they think it's massive and they think it's got billions of dollars and they think, and if people only knew that the idea of CPAC in Poland started basically with a handful of people, including several in this room who I've already mentioned, who said, Adrian, you as well, who said, hey, we have this audacious idea. Let's bring CPAC to Poland. And, 4 or 5 people, I believe, changed the course of freedom in Poland. And then something funny is going to happen. Your neighbors, I know you don't like all your neighbors, but your neighbors, your neighboring countries, well, there's rivalries, okay, we'll say that. But your neighboring countries are now starting to call too, saying, well, wait a minute. We kind of like what happened in Poland. Could we have that in our country? And then when I get those calls, I never realized how many countries there are in Europe, because I'm an American, so I don't know these things. But that's a lot of countries. That's a lot of CPACs. But are we up to the challenge for this fight for freedom? I think we are. I think we're going to do it country by country. And the politicians sometimes will disappoint us. They won't be as good as we wanted them to be. But so far, so good, right? Maybe Poland and America are going to show the way to the world that we don't have to give up. We don't have to fold to the Davos crowd, to the UN crowd. We don't have to assume because we don't own some big, massive social media company that we can't fight back. And I think we have to pick a few more really, really key spots and push back. And I think one of them is going to be the United Kingdom. I think we got to put a flag in the ground, and we have to help. I think the Tories, the Conservatives, I think CPAC should be able to decide who calls themselves a conservative from this point forward, because they're not acting very conservative. So the reformers need to really be helped as much as possible so they can take back their country. So I'm here just to say thank you. I'm sorry I'm dressed a little casually, but I just came off an airplane, but I wanted to be here with all my friends. Today is a great day for Poland. Today is a great day for freedom. Today is a great day for all those Polish Americans who believed that there was something special between their home country and America. And we've demonstrated that to everyone. So may God bless Poland. May God continue to bless America, and have a wonderful time while you're here in my beautiful country. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so one ultimate photo op. Please come to the middle. Let's get a photo together. So thank you very much to everyone who participated in this very last minute feels like that's what we're specialized at. A special mission of having this conference and the last night wonderful reception. Now the photo op. And to all the teams, to our wonderful technical team that supported us throughout the evening, our hosts at the Watergate Hotel, Maggie, Stan, all the teams that worked on this wonderful wonderful conference, and we'll see you soon, very soon. Now we have a ratio of about one big conference every other month, so it's a pretty good pace. So stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Sponsorem konferencji jest Zondacrypto, licencjonowana giełda kryptowalut.